Are you all aware of the issue with Whisper T. Cruz and I guess his brother, Joel Cruz
No.
Rosario?
No, what type of case are those?
I don't know, it's an out-of-county issue. Can you tell
Okay.
me your name, sir?
¿Qué dijeron?
He's the interpreter, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Vasquez.
I don't have,
Should be the next case now.
okay. I didn't think we had an interpreter case, but I guess I didn't see it.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Alan Figueroa, State Certified Spanish Code Interpreter.
Good morning. Have you been sworn in today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And,
Sí.
sir, can you tell me, you're going into BRC courtroom too?
Yes, I'm already connected, Your Honor. The defendant can hear me.
Perfect. Okay, sir, tell me your name.
José Javier Colón Vázquez.
Jose Javier Colon Vasquez.
All right, Mr. Vasquez, you're here in case number 2020 CF 8854AO. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and attempted robbery with a deadly weapon. I find probable cause for count 1. Count 2, I'm not so sure of. I'm gonna appoint the PD, but the only indication that it might be is that he threatened to kill Eliezer if he did not fix his car.
I don't think there was no PC on count two.
I'm not sure if that really, without it, I don't know if the supplement that they're talking about in there explains Deputy Hernandez's supplement, but,
No objection to ROR count
Okay.
2 for no PC.
all right. So there's no PC for count 2, based on what I have in front of me. And so, Mr. Vasquez, you're not to have any contact with the victim in the case. No return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred at the 9832 Downey Hill Street. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition.
Y me voy hoy.
Your bond will stay at $3,500 on count 1, ROR on count 2. All right, thank you, sir.
So am I getting out today?
If you pay your bond, you will get out today. You'll have to contact a bondsman or a family member.
Si yo puedo contactar a un fiancista, me pueden llamar porque yo tengo la tarjeta. ¿Cuánto es? ¿10%?
And how would I be able to contact a bondsman? And how much is it? 10%?
You'll have to contact a bondsman, sir, and they have phones at the jail, so you should be able to contact a bondsman. Okay? Thank you.
Yo tengo los números de los fiadores.
I don't have a bondsman's number.
Okay, well, you can ask somebody at the jail. I'm sure they have information about bondsmen. You have the public defender's office number as well. You can call them. They're your attorneys.
Pero mire, ¿quiénes son mis abogados?
Who's my attorney?
The public defender's office, their number's on that piece of paper. You can call them today. Thank you.
Y la otra.
All right, thank you, Mr.
And
All
for
right.
the other one, I'll be out today.
Well, the other one I ROR'd you on, yes, you're released on that case, but you still have to pay a bond on the original, the other charge, okay?
Que serían 300.
There's really nothing else to talk about here.
Okay.
All right, and Mr. Do we have any witnesses out there in the
We
gallery?
have one. She doesn't need the interpreter.
And she does not need the interpreter?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Interpreter. You have a great weekend.
Not a problem, Your Honor. You as well.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next person on the list, Fernandez Medical.
Okay. I have these in all different orders here. Okay, so Fernandez is medical,
Yes.
And it was I reset this the other day for this, he was in the hospital. So I'm gonna appoint the Public Defender's Office, to represent Mr. Fernandez in, 2020 CF 8790AO. Mr. Matos, do you wanna waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so he's arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting an officer with violence. And there is probable cause for those offenses, and he's not to have any contact with any victim or any witness. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. No return to where the offense is alleged to have occurred at the Wawa at 8574 South Orange Blossom Trail. And abide by any trespass warning. The bond will stay at $2,500 on count 1. Count 2 will be reduced to $150. All right, good morning, sir. Tell me your name, please.
Good morning. How you doing? Ernest Toomer.
All right, Mr. Toomer, you're here in 2020 CF 8829AO. And this was a reset from yesterday for additional probable cause information as to the charge of possession of synthetic cannabinoids. I have received that information from the state, and it was provided to
Yes,
the public
got a copy
defender
as
as
well.
well. Perfect. All right, and so I do find probable cause for the possession of synthetic cannabinoids. And was the public defender appointed yesterday? Yes, okay. So no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And I guess the bond was stayed, so I will stay the bond as well at the $1,500. Attach that additional probable cause. All right, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Can you tell me your name?
Anthony Gruya.
All right, Mr. Abreu, you are here in case number 2020 CF 6592. It's a warrant, and probable cause was previously found for written threats to kill or do bodily harm and a violation of a domestic violence injunction. Well, it looks like count 1 is a violation of injunction, and then count 2 are written threats to kill. And I'm gonna appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Are there any witnesses here for Mr. Gruya? No? Okay. Mr. Gruya, I am gonna have you sign the no contact order form. There will be no contact with the victim in the case.
There's already a no contact order in place.
Okay, well, there's one in this case now too. Okay? Do you understand everything on the no contact order?
Yeah.
Okay. You're also not to return back to the victim's residence, so everything on that form, you need to make sure you understand.
I don't
No
know.
weapons or
No.
firearms or any ammunition. If you have any firearms or any ammunition or any weapons, you must surrender them within 6 hours of release from the Orange County Jail to your local law enforcement.
I've signed that already. I don't even, if I may say, I don't even live here. I live in Las Vegas, and there's already a protection order for me in Las Vegas. And
Okay, well, that still applies anywhere you are in the United States.
I understand that. I'm just trying to explain to you that I understand everything. I signed a no gun, no weapons, anything. I don't even own weapons. I don't
Okay, then you shouldn't need to surrender anything if you don't own anything. I'm just saying if you get caught with any weapons or any firearms or any ammunition, it's a violation of the court order.
I understand.
Okay, that's all I'm letting you know. Your bond on count 1 is $5,000 and count 2 is $2,500. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Lionel Hurtado Jr. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Hurkades, you're here in 2020 CF 8880AO. You were arrested for felony battery and a violation of or contempt of court as a violation. It's really the no contact order, but I think 7840487 is not a violation of the injunction. It's just the way it's worded on there.
It's not a non-hostile.
Sir, I don't think that you should say anything. You have an attorney here, so I'm going to appoint the public defender if I didn't already say that. I find probable cause for the offenses. You may not have any contact. Do we have any witnesses present? Nope. Okay. You may not have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on that order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You're to maintain a separate residence. You may return one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings that you may need. You're not to possess any alcohol or any illegal substances or consume either without a valid prescription. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Looks like you have the injunction in place in 18 DR 5541 that allows the non-hostile contact. So I believe that is the violation of the injunction is count 2. So I know that allows non-hostile contact. However, this order will supersede that order at this time. So until this has been modified to anything other than no contact, this order will apply. Okay.
Okay.
Just so you understand.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I don't want you to go and get in trouble again. for
Oh,
anything,
no,
okay?
of course not.
Okay, so you're also to comply with any DCF investigation pending. Your bond on count 1 is $10,000. Your bond on count 2 is $500. And I am going to require random urinalysis through pretrial release. And there's not a hold on him for any probation, correct?
Yes, there is.
There is a 5-day. Then you do, sir, have a 5-day hold, I believe, because of the violent felony offender. So just to let you know.
All right.
All right, thank you. All right, please tell me your name.
Chandler Martin.
Okay, we're gonna call Mr. Kubilian. Do you need the number? Oh, yes, here. Thank you. We're just gonna get your attorney on the phone.
Okay. So I find mine.
Good morning, this is Judge Wish. Is this Attorney Kubilian?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Judge, for calling me. Thank
Oh,
you.
no problem. And if you could get just a little bit closer maybe to your phone
Yes.
or talk
I,
or yell if possible.
can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
All right,
Okay.
and are you filing a notice of appearance for Ms. Martin?
I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. So I do have Ms. Martin by video in front of me. And can you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Chandler
Yes.
Martin.
Oh,
And then Mr. Kubilian, could you just state your appearance as well?
sure. David Kabilian on behalf of Miss Martin, Chandler Martin.
All right, and so Ms. Martin was arrested pursuant to a capias. The state did file an information and probable cause was found by a judge. Count 1 on the information is domestic battery by strangulation, tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement as count 2. Count 3 is false imprisonment, and count 4 is battery. And we don't have any witnesses present today. And Ms. Kennedy Swanson, no? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Kubilian, I am going to order that she have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses.
Okay.
So I'm going to have her sign the no contact order, and the no contact order just basically summarizes everything in the statute as to no contact for domestic cases.
Yes.
All right, and Ms. Martin, did you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you have any questions about it, you need to call your attorney and ask him to give you some legal advice, okay?
Okay.
You're also to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. I believe this happened back in August of 2019 at Disney Old Key West Resort, so don't return back there. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Mr. Kubilian, she does qualify for pretrial release, and so she would not have to post a bond, and I would release her. She would have to report by phone to pretrial release, and they'll explain that to her when she gets released.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
That's perfect.
So, Ms. Martin, I'm going to release you to pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court's orders as well as what pretrial release tells you to do, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And keep in touch with your attorneys. Don't miss any court dates, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr.
Your Honor,
Kubilian,
there's-
anything further?
Yes, I just want to clarify. Ms. Martin lives in Fort Lauderdale. Is that going to be an issue with pretrial?
No, because it's phone in right now.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, and I
Okay.
appreciate you calling me.
No
Thank you.
problem. You have a great weekend.
All right, thank you. You
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Your Honor, Malik McCauley is medical.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. McCauley is medical, and it's 2020 CF 8712AO, 2020 MM 5183AO, and 20 CF 8881AO. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent him. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, in 8712, he's charged by warrant, and PC was found for aggravated stalking with a credible threat. And in 2020 MM 5183AO, he was arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was found for stalking. And in 2020 CF 8881AO, he was arrested for robbery, sudden snatching, and stalking, domestic violence. And I do find probable cause for those offenses. So on all three cases, I believe it's the same victim, so there's no contact directly or indirectly with any victim or witness in the case. He's not to return to the victim's residence or her work, place of employment. No weapons or firearms or ammunition, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. If he has any weapons or any firearms, he's to surrender them within 6 hours of his release. Has he been served with the injunction, do we know? I didn't see him, it having been served yet, but there is an injunction in place that I guess needed to be served. Anyone know if we can get him served? It's 2020 DR 006769-0.
I'll have to look it up, Your Honor. It just states that it's active.
Yeah, it has not been served. So that was mentioned in the affidavit that it still needed to be served. Normally, they will serve them.
Before he's released.
Correct. Okay. So can we put in there that he's to abide by the injunction in 2020 DR 6769-0, once served. And if we could just put a note in there to have him served prior to any release, that would be great.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You want me to put that on the court minutes?
Yeah,
To be served prior to release?
yeah,
Okay.
while he's at the jail. So on 8712, the bond is $7,500. On the stalking misdemeanor, the bond is $2,500. And on the robbery, sudden snatching, it's $5,000, and stalking is $2,500. Need the GR case number?
I have
Oh, you
it.
got it? Okay, thank you. All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Michael Quinn.
All right, Mr. Quinn, you're here in 2020 CF 8842AO. You're arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence, and domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses? Nope, okay. Mr. Quinn, I'm gonna have you sign the no contact order. I'm ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. Did you understand everything on that form?
Yes.
Okay. You're to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You must be with law enforcement. You can go back one time to get any personal belongings from the residence, but again, you must be with law enforcement. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You do qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to release you to pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court's order as well as pretrial release. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, next on the list, Ashcraft Carl Medical.
Okay. So in 2020 MM5323AO, Mr. Ashcraft is medical. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. And Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, so he's charged with battery, dating violence. I think that it qualifies for both dating violence as well as domestic violence. They have a child together. But there is probable cause for that. And I'm going to order no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. They're to maintain he's to maintain a separate residence from the victim. He may return with law enforcement one time to get personal belongings. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. He was not interviewed, but I don't see anything on his criminal history that would prevent or preclude pretrial release.
We can qualify.
Okay.
I just have.
Do you want me to do a bond or?
Yes, just in
Okay, so
case.
we'll do a pretrial release, and I would like that to be the primary. So if he does qualify, I would like him to be released on pretrial release, and in the alternative, if he does not, a $500 bond.
Go closer to the mic.
All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
David Baisley.
All right, Mr. Baisley, you're here in 2020 MM 5332AO. You're arrested for dating violence battery and dating violence assault. And I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I'll appoint the public defender. Do we have any witnesses for Mr. Baisley? Nope, okay. Mr. Baisley, I'm gonna order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign that no contact order, please. Did you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're also to maintain a separate residence. I believe you do not live together, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you're going to continue to maintain a separate residence. I believe, based on what's in the affidavit, that the incident is alleged to have occurred at her residence.
That's correct.
So I'm going to order that you're not to return back to that residence, okay?
Okay.
So you're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription, and no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am going to place you on pretrial release with random urinalysis should they decide to test you. So make sure you comply with the court's order as well as pretrial release's requirements, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Good luck. All right, tell me your name, please.
Danielle Maslanka.
All right, Ms. Manslanka, you're here in 2020 MM 5329AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Do we have witness present for Ms. Maslanka? I'm sorry, Maslanka. Okay. So there's no witnesses present. I'm gonna order that there's no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So what, I believe based on the information that you provided to pretrial release as well as their contact with your daughter, that she has moved out of your residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm just gonna order that you maintain a separate residence,
Right.
okay? And so if for some reason she has not moved out, you cannot be there, but if she has left, then you can be there, okay?
Okay. Well, yeah, that's kind of what started this whole thing, because she was supposed to
Yeah,
be
I don't want you to say anything, because it's not,
Okay.
it's not a
Okay.
good idea to just talk to your attorney about what happened, okay?
So I don't have bond, I have to stay?
Well, hold on, we haven't gotten there yet, so hold on. So you're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am gonna place you on pretrial release, so you will not have to post a bond, you will be released today, you just have reporting requirements, that will be by phone, okay?
Okay.
So just make sure you comply with the court's order as well as what pretrial release tells you what to do.
Okay.
All right, good luck, ma'am. All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Good morning, Jamari Thomas.
All right, Mr. Thomas. You're here in 2020 MM 5328AO. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender. Any witnesses for Mr. Thomas? Nope. Okay. Mr. Thomas, I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order. You understand everything on that form, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're also to maintain a separate residence from the victim. So if you need to go back to the residence and the victim is still there, you'll need to go with law enforcement to get any personal belongings that you may need. If the victim no longer resides at the residence, then you can live at the residence.
Okay, that's fine.
You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You do qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to release you to pretrial release. Make sure you comply with my order as well as what pretrial release tells you to do. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. All right, tell me your name.
James Huey.
James Huey.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Huey, you're here in 2020 CT 4528AO. You're arrested for driving while license suspended. And I do find probable cause. You're not on probation anywhere, are you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let me just take a look at your driving history to see if today might be a good day to resolve your case or not. right, so the last driving while license suspended on your driving history within the last 5 years was, the conviction date was November 1st, 2018. So if you wanted to resolve the case, Ms. Kennedy, did you have an offer?
You can do adjudication time served. This is gonna be his second though within
Yes.
5.
And
The
I'll
next one.
explain. So, Mr. Huey, the state's offer, if you wanted to resolve the case today, is an adjudication of guilt and credit for time served. And so, you have a prior driving while license suspended in 2018, so this would be your second, okay, within 5 years. And so if you get 3 within 5 years, you become a habitual traffic offender and you will lose your license for 5 years. You will not be able to get your license back for 5 years. So I just have to let you know that so that you understand any consequences to the plea. And if you have 2 driving while license suspended, this next, the state could file a felony on you. So this might be able to be charged as a felony based on your history. I don't see another Willis, so you would not, but it just gets worse every time because it's an enhanceable offense, okay? So knowing all of that, do you want to accept the state's offer and resolve the case today, or do you want to go to court and handle it at another time?
No, I'll just handle it today and accept the plea.
Okay. Okay, did you read the plea form before you came into the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything on that plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand all the rights that you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you on probation anywhere? I think you said no.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you understand everything I explained to you about the enhanceable offense of driving while license suspended. So this is strike 2. If
Yes,
you get
ma'am.
another one within the 5-year period from 2018, then you'll lose your license for 5 years. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, you still want to go forward with the plea.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a fact, and then last question is, do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. Order that you pay your court costs by July 24th, 2021. That gives you a year. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck, Mr. Huey, okay?
And no public defender, correct?
No public defender.
Your Honor, Jacobson bonded.
Thank you. We'll take no action on Mr. Jacobson. All right, do we have, Mr. Cruz? I believe that my JA spoke with Supervisor Williams, and they were supposed to bring,
Yes,
okay.
they added him on.
Okay.
You want him now or at the end?
We could, I mean, if you want me to do it at the end, I can do it at the end, I just,
That's fine. We'll
He's
do
a-
it at the end.
okay.
Jordan DeSaussure is medical.
Okay, so we're on to the add-on docket. I've got Mr. Jasor, the PD was previously appointed. It's a Polk County status hearing in 18 CF 9941. And the notes per Judge Carpanini is to hold the defendant pending further investigation and direction until transportation resumes. So, Mr. Mato, since you were appointed your office, you can file any bond motions downtown for Mr. Jasor. And did you want to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your
Okay. Oh,
I believe his order was already prepared.
yeah, his order was signed. I don't know what this is, but it's just attached, but it's blank. He's not being released. So
Okay.
I'm gonna throw that out. Would you need that or?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Avarius Garrett.
All right. Mr. Garrett, you're here for a Seminole County status hearing on an out-of-county warrant in 18 CF 2710. And it looks like the public defender was previously appointed in your case. And per Seminole County, your bond is still to remain at none at this time. So the public defender is representing you. They are able to file a bond motion that will be heard downtown by one of our circuit judges here if you wish for them to file a bond motion for you.
Miss,
Okay?
I have a lawyer, a paid attorney,
Okay, who is that?
Michael Brown.
Okay, well, you'll have to call Mr. Brown and he can file a motion for you.
Miss, he said he already filed the motion.
Okay, so then you'll just have to wait for him to get a hearing and to get back to you on what is happening in Seminole County. But this is our communication with Seminole County. I have no idea what Mr. Brown has discussed with Seminole County at all, or if he's filed a motion here or there, okay?
All right.
So my best advice is to call Mr. Brown. Okay, thank you.
So I will be held here because my charges that I was here for has been dropped.
I have no information about anything. If your charges are dropped and it's no longer pending, then the jail would release you. But until they get information about that, then you'll be held until you get a bond or they transport you to Seminole County. We don't have these cases like in our system, do we? Okay, so I don't know if Mr. Brown filed a notice of appearance or not.
I'll just put it on here.
Okay. The defendant states he has private attorney Michael Brown. Okay.
Michael O'Hara is behavior.
Okay, I'm gonna find that to be a waiver, and the PD was previously appointed. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive Mr. Ahoro's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's a Seminole County status hearing in 20 MM 88. And per Seminole County, the bond is to stay at none. So if your office wants to file a bond motion for him, that can be done.
The reason was medical
Behavior.
behavior. Okay.
All right. Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
I'm Hud Thompson.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, you're here on a Seminole County status hearing in 2016 CF 1733. And per Seminole County, your bond is to stay at none. So the public defender was appointed for you here. So the next step is for them to file a bond motion for you. So you'll want to call the phone number on that piece of paper that you got, or they can give you another one if you need one, to call the public defender's office and to see if they will file a bond motion for you, and that would be heard here in Orange County, okay?
Okay, do you know approximately when, or is that?
Well, they would have to file it, so, and then it's usually within 72 hours that we would have a bond hearing scheduled for you, and that would be business days. So you need to call them as soon as you can and get them to see if they'll file a bond motion for you.
Usually when we call that number from here, it doesn't accept collect calls.
Okay, so, well, I don't know how the jail's phone system works. Usually you can communicate with your attorneys for free, I believe. So, Mr. Matos, I don't know if you can get in touch with Mr. Thompson's attorney.
I will be emailing his attorney and tell him to
So
file a
Mr.
motion.
Matos is he's from the public defender's office. He's here with me. He said he's gonna email your attorney, okay?
Yes, please, if you can.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Deshae Turner.
Can you say that again?
Deshae Turner.
Okay. Mr. Turner, you're here on a Seminole County case. It's a 2020 CF 1428B. This is a status hearing on that. And per Seminole County, your bond is to remain at none at this time. So I don't know if you heard what I explained to the other gentleman, but you are represented by the public defender here. So you're gonna have to call them and get them to file a bond motion for you, okay? That would be heard here in Orange County.
Have I already been signed the public defender?
You were assigned the public defender at your initial appearance when you were arrested, yes. So you have the public defender here. You have to call them and you have to ask them to file a bond motion for you, okay?
Hey, ma'am, I had a question too. They said that this case was back in 2014, and at this time I was incarcerated, so there's no way possible I could have committed this crime, man.
I don't know anything about the case, sir. I'm an Orange County judge. I'm not a Seminole County judge. I have no idea what you were arrested for or when the incident is alleged to have occurred. So you're gonna have to contact the public defender. They can get that information and explain it to you with any questions. But I have no idea what you're here for.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck. Thank you, sir.
Judge, we're having problems getting Mr. Cruz. Is it possible to do him on second session?
That's fine. Do we have Mr. Christian Figueroa?
Mr. Figueroa was behavior, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm gonna find his behavior to be a waiver. The PD was previously appointed in his case. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's a status hearing out of Seminole County, 18 CF 3146. And the bond is to be stayed at none. And so the public defender's office can file any appropriate bond motion for him here. All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we do have Mr. Cruz here now.
Okay, no problem. And so, just so people understand, he was arrested on an out-of-county warrant in which his brother, I believe, is alleged to have used his name. And his brother is now here and has been arrested on the correct warrant. And so, can you tell me your name, sir?
Richard Cruz.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Richard Cruz.
Okay. Wisberty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Cruz. So previously, I believe you were arrested on an out-of-county warrant. And the information that has been provided to me by Orange County Corrections is that Joel Cruz Rosario, who is your brother, apparently used your name, and he's since been arrested on the correct warrant. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance based on the information provided by Corrections to me, okay?
Yep.
So I don't know if you have any other holds or anything else going on, but it would behoove you, it would benefit you to get in contact with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, okay, as soon as possible, because that arrest will go on your record. So you'll need to go through some sort of an identification process if you want that to be removed from your record, as it was an arrest under your you were arrested for the case. So you'll want to you might want to get in touch with an attorney. They can walk you through that, or you can contact the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They should be able to explain the paperwork that you'll need to do if you want to clear your name from it. Okay?
I already have an attorney for that.
Okay. So contact them about the identity issue. Okay?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Thank you. So he
Thank
will
you.
be released. I don't know if you need any. His booking number was 190156112. But he will be released on that, and his brother has been arrested and is in the Orange County Jail, Joel Cruz Rosario.
Because I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you can have that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good luck, sir.
Do you want me to put names in here for
Yeah,
Supervisor Williams?
I mean, you
Ron?
can, yeah, I mean, I can put the information and.
Okay, so I put RR and I put release. I'm just gonna write it. Judge, can you repeat that booking number for me?
Sure. The booking number is 190-15612. He was booked on May 22nd, 2019. I don't know if that's all correct, but this is just the information that's on. He's been in here that long?
They told us that he was arrested last month.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what, this is what's on the paperwork that was provided to Nitsa. But that's the booking, it says booking number, that's a booking number. So I don't know when he was arrested then, or when he was booked.
Okay, I just have a different one over here. I have a, you want the booking number that I have over here?
Huh, I'm sorry?
The booking number you gave me shows that he's been released.
That he's been released?
Yes, but I have another booking number. So maybe the 19030934 is what he's here for now.
This is the information that was provided to me by Supervisor Williams, who I did not meet, but Denitza did. So you may want to get, and then it looks like Jenny was the one that verified information.
I see it, but it states that he was RR June 24th.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I don't know why. Then I don't know why I would need to ROR him.
I have the booking number that he's here on now, and I'm just gonna.
Okay, but I don't know if that's the case that we're talking about because so before you do anything,
Maybe he needs to come up, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
He hasn't it to call him. No,
It's always something.
because he told us he was being held.
You're saying he was released on June 24th?
Yes. The booking number now has him here on the Seminole County case.
For the
Adams County.
booking number that I announced?
No. The one that you announced.
The 190-15612?
Yes, ma'am. Shows that he was RR already for that booking number. On June.
What's the other booking number?
The other booking number? Okay, give me 1 second. Judge Wish, can I borrow that? It's Denitza. She needs a number off of that paper.
I'm typing it to her now.
Okay, she's typing it to you now. You want to wait or you?
Other booking number is what?
1903. Okay, by 0934.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll figure that out with Supervisor Williams before we do anything, because I don't want to. Okay, so before I fill out any of this, I'm going to wait to hear back from
Okay, I'll put it here.
them because then they have that. That's the booking number she just gave me.
Make sure you're releasing it.
Well, it's very confusing.
Okay, I'll put it here.
I think that's that. Okay. So now I have a 33-day motion for Austin Meadows filed by Diana Mears. And it is 2020 CF 7654AO.
A notice of non-filing was filed in that case, Your Honor.
Okay, that will be granted. All right, you guys ready on the PDs? Okay. 2020 CF 7660AO Edwin Augusto Perez.
That's be denied the state filed information on 723.
Okay, so I just wanted to know that that's actually the wrong case number. The right case number is 2020 CF 766, 7660. I think corrections has it because it was on the docket as 2020 CF 7769. So I think that needs to be changed to 7760. That is the correct case number. The order has the correct case number on it. Some reason it was on the docket incorrectly.
7760.
So it's 7760. And then information was filed on 723, so that will be denied.
What's that defendant's name?
Perez?
Is he still incarcerated? No. Oh, okay. He bonded out.
Oh, so he's not even,
No, he was released today.
okay, because he bonded?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, he bonded today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor. Your Honor, this is Supervisor Williams here.
Hi,
Hello, how are you?
good, how are you?
I'm well.
So we're just trying to figure out, because the information that we got about the booking number was not the booking number that they had
Here you go. This is on.
for Mr. Cruz.
It's a wee bit confusing.
It is very confusing because the gentleman is Whisper T. Cruz, correct? The one that was
Yes.
being held on his brother's warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so,
Right. So it's not Joel. I have to type a new order then.
because the order that we have is for obviously his brother.
Correct.
And then the booking information that was provided to my JA was the 190-15612. That was the only information I had. Then the court paperwork says 190-30934.
So, the booking number for Whisperty, which is the fake Joel Cruz Rosario, is 1903. What is that?
0934.
0934.
Okay,
That is his booking number.
okay,
Currently, we have two people in the system under the same exact name.
okay.
So you need me to put it on the order, the other name as the AK, Whisperly?
Whisperty Cruz.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So I put an AK, I'll write it in on there where it says AK, the other name as well.
Okay, so this booking number is not relevant.
Correct.
Okay, just the 190-30934.
Correct.
Okay, because I was going by what was on the paperwork. Okay,
The one that, the one she just said?
because she said he was already,
He was really,
she
this
said
one
he
is
was already ROR'd back in June
June 24th
on this case.
on the booking number she was given.
Right. To get his picture, I had to print out an old one.
Oh, okay,
That's why.
okay,
So that one was from another
Okay.
arrest. But that was because I needed to get his picture, show the difference between him and his brother.
okay. So he was ROR'd on this one. That's the booking, that's the number, booking number that he'll need to be released on
Today.
Correct. Yes,
today.
ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. It was a little confusing. Okay, so he's already released on that booking number. His brother is being held on the warrant. We'll make sure we make the court minutes so that we get it.
I'm sorry.
No,
It's
that's
super
okay. You just,
confusing, but-
when she told me he'd already been released on that one, I was like, okay, I was confused.
The booking number she was given.
The old one.
The old.
Right, old booking number.
When I gave her the recent one that she,
He's still here
Right.
yes.
He came in on 1023.
on that same case again.
But he's being released. He will not be here for anything.
No, he'll be totally released once
Okay.
he get RR.
'Cause that's what I told him, that he would be released. Okay,
Now, I do have a question.
yes.
Because I'm having a little bit of a problem with Seminole County. How will we be able to communicate with Seminole County? Because when we have cases like this, Seminole County tends to be kind of rigid and don't want to do anything about it and say, well, y'all messed up, deal with it, and it kind of leaves us in a hole. And I have his brother in now on the warrant.
Right, which is, and that booking number is 2001-6270.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll put all of that in the court minutes so that when you send that to Seminole County, they should be able to read that. Otherwise, I have no idea what else you can do. I know yesterday, Wagner had some issues getting somebody released that I had given a bond on a violation of probation on view, and it took a while. It's from Seminole. It took a while to get them to accept the bond.
And it took quicker because I have been working on them the whole entire shift. And it was unsuccessful.
Okay, well, the best that I can do is detail it in the system, in the court minutes. And then if you need to provide them other information that you have, that I don't have, meaning like fingerprint, whatever it might be, then, but I don't know what else I can do other than ROR him based on the information that you've provided to me.
Okay, good deal.
Do you know, other than that, there's not much else I can do. Okay? Okay, no problem. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it. Okay. So, let me get back to that and then we'll finish the court minutes at the end.
Okay.
Okay. So, back to the 33 days. Bye, Jackie. All right, 2020 CF 7412AO, Joshua Roger Rank.
The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day.
Okay, that was granted. 2020 CF 7785AO, Heather Kraus Reynolds.
That case has been consolidated with 2020 CF 7422.
Okay, and so that was filed on 7/23. And an information lists that case as well, yes. So that will be denied. All right, 2020 CF 7606AO, Joe Sanchez.
No information was filed on 7/23.
All right, and that will be granted. Okay. All right. What time is it? 10 o'clock? 10:07? You said that there was a witness out there, but I never
For a
heard.
felony case.
For a felony case, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Well, we could have pulled the felony.
What's the,
I thought it was for a domestic case. I don't want them to have to wait.
Blind, you know what the case, the name of the defendant is?
It's Ben Days, DAISE. Do you have a inmate number? 2001-6227.
He's the second felony, Your Honor. Third felony, I'm sorry.
I can print it out. The thing is, Your Honor, I don't know if they
We
pulled
won't
it
have
up or
them.
not.
Yeah,
we'll have to
okay.
go downstairs and-
Okay, well, I don't think we're gonna be breaking for very long, so,
Defense and I talked before. We're ready whenever Your Honor is.
okay, I haven't read anything. Does the witness need to testify, or they just wanted to observe?
It's an ag assault with a firearm. I don't know the testimony would be.
Okay, I just don't know, I just heard,
I
when
think she
I asked
I'm
if
not
there's
gonna take any
witnesses,
testimony.
somebody said one witness, so I was just making sure that that person didn't wanna testify, because I can take their testimony and then,
That's fine if you want to take the testimony, Your Honor.
but I don't know if they're the victim or,
Give me 1 second.
okay. What's the case number?
2020 CF 8849. It's a warrant.
So, yeah, it's a domestic violence case. Just wasn't pulled as one.
No.
I mean, Your Honor, it might take just about 3 minutes to bring it.
Okay, no, that's fine, we can wait. I'd rather, if she would like to testify, or provide me any information,
So you want me to tell him to bring him up?
yeah.
Okay.
And that way she does not have to wait.
You need me to print anything out, Judge, or?
I'm good. Do we have a face sheet for him that I can take a look at? Oh, thank you so much.
You need me to call the desk?
Oh, no, I just told him that.
Okay.
They gave him. They didn't think about that. Shit. If they bring up bid days, we don't need to see them. Oh.
Thank you.
I already told Sally she bring them up. I just need to put them in court.
None of these are signed. No, there's only like, oh, because they were not present?
The ones that were waived, I scan it and they have them sign it.
Yeah, I just
You wanna know which
forgot.
one?
No, I just forgot that
Okay.
some people were not present.
Your Honor, do you need the inmate brought up?
Yeah,
Okay. What was his last name again?
Days, D-A-I-S-E, first
Give
name
me a
is
minute, I'll
Ben, booking number 2001-6227.
Okay, we have him present. You want-
It's a domestic violence case and the victim's present here, so that's why
Okay.
Hold
We
on.
I
can-
don't want to wait to call it, yeah. And we'll just have to put that case number on. All right, looks like he is there.
I'm coming. Dexter's waiting on me.
Okay, do you need
No contact
Okay.
order. I'm printing it.
oh, okay, well, we can give it to him.
This shit over on the other side of him.
I'll wait till we have it so that he can read it.
She might call.
He pulled a gun.
All right, sir, can you tell me your name?
Ben Days.
All right, Mr. Days, you are here in case number 2020 CF 8849AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant And probable cause was found for aggravated assault with a firearm and hindering communication to law enforcement. And probable cause was found pursuant to the warrant. I am gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you. We do have a witness here. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I didn't know that it was second session. I thought it was gonna be first session, so. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and you can take your mask off in there. It may be a little easier for me to hear. I know, I gotta do it all day, so.
Me too.
Can you tell me your name and spell your last name?
Tequila Neal, Neil.
All right, Miss Neal, or Miss Penny Swanson, did you want to inquire, Miss Neal?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay, so, Miss Neal, are you afraid, or how do you know Mr. Days?
That's my boyfriend.
Okay, and then, how long have you been together?
5 years.
And then, are you afraid of him?
No.
Do you want to have contact with him through the pending of the case?
Yes.
Okay. Has there been any prior violence in your relationship in the past?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay, so you're not the victim in any of the battery convictions that he has on his history?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you all live together?
Yes.
Does he
And I
have-
didn't know till the next day because I'm not a fan of guns. It was a little plastic BB gun. And I'm not a fan of guns, so I'm not sure what it is.
Okay.
Because it was 4 o'clock in the morning.
Does he have any weapons or
No, ma'am.
firearms or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did have one question, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I do have one question.
Okay.
Was there a 2016 incident of domestic violence between you and Mr. Days?
2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Not that I can recall.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. And then, do you think any drugs or alcohol had any involvement?
Ma'am?
Do you think any drugs or alcohol had any involvement?
Alcohol.
Alcohol? Okay.
The warrant says, Your Honor, he came home intoxicated.
Yeah, I'm just asking whether she believes that there was alcohol or drugs
It was.
involved. Mr. Matos, do you have any questions for Ms. Neal?
So, Ms. Neal, would you feel comfortable having non-hostile contact?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
My question is, would you like to have non-hostile contact with your boyfriend?
You say no contact?
No, non-hostile. contact.
Non-hostile? That mean no contact or contact?
No, that means you can have contact so long as he doesn't scream at
Oh,
you
yes.
or do any.
I'm not afraid of him or anything like that, but
Then, Your Honor, I would just ask for non-hostile contact between the two.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Neal, for your testimony. I have reviewed the affidavit and Mr. Days' criminal history. I am going to, at this time, order no contact directly or indirectly with you. And that can be changed by a judge in writing at a later date, okay? So, Mr. Days, I'm going to
Yes.
have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes. So that mean I can't call her or nothing?
No, not until it's changed in writing by a judge.
So, but how, I have a question. How do I get charged with something that ain't, you know what I'm saying?
Sir, I'm not saying that you're guilty of anything. There's a warrant and you were arrested on it and a judge found probable cause. So I can't change all of that. You're now here in front of me. I'm taking testimony from the alleged victim in the case and I'm making a decision based on contact. If you would like that no contact order changed, you will have to call the public defender and they will file a motion and there will be a hearing in front of the judge as to contact.
So she gonna have to do that, right?
No, your attorney will have to file a motion.
Mr. Days, it's Pedro Matos of the public defender. If the case shows up today, I will send a motion to modify contact before the end of the day. If not, I'll send one in Monday morning. And they'll decide in a different hearing whether you can have non-hostile contact with your girlfriend or not.
Okay, so I don't get no bond or nothing on nothing?
I haven't gotten there yet, Mr. Days, but we're talking about the no contact order. We're not
Okay.
talking about bond yet. My question was, did you understand everything on the form? And then you started asking me questions.
Yes.
So I answered those questions.
Answer this.
My final question to you is, do you understand everything on that form?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also ordering that you maintain a separate residence, so if you need to go back to the residence, you'll need to go with law enforcement. You can go one time to get personal belongings that you may need. You may not possess any weapons, any firearms, any ammunition, any BB guns, anything of that nature. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're not to possess or consume any drugs or any alcohol unless you have a valid prescription for those. Your bond on the aggravated assault with a firearm is $3,500. Your bond on the tampering with a witness is $150. I believe that you do have a 5-day detainer based on you're on probation and you're a violent felony offender of special concern. So you will be held until that is lifted. Okay?
Okay, so 10% of that bond, that is.
You'll have to contact a bondsman or your public defender. Okay? Thank you, Ms. Neal. Okay, I'm gonna do this back in my office.
Okay.
And I will bring it, I just want the language to be correct and.
Okay.
All right, so for. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Reginald Elston.
All right, Mr. Elston, you're here in 2020 MM 5322AO. You're arrested for petty theft, and I do find probable cause. Ms. Kenny Swanson, did you have an offer?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Elston, I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. The state does not have an offer for you today, probably based on your history. It's an enhanceable offense. So you're not to return back to the 7-Eleven at 901 South Orange Blossom Trail. No contact with any victim or witness at that location. I am going to stay the bond at the $250. All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Your Honor, Mr. Rouse is mental health.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna reset Mr. Rouse for tomorrow.
He offers adjudication credit for time served, no return.
Can we put that on the court minutes?
Yes.
Okay, adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, no return.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll put for possible plea. And, are you here tomorrow?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so offer possible plea. Credit for time served.
Adjudication of guilt, no return. I had a pen, I don't know what happened to it. Okay. All right, yep,
Wilfredo Torres refused.
okay. So I'm gonna find his refusal to be a waiver and appoint the public defender. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so it's 2020 MM 5327AO, trespass on property after warning. I do find probable cause, no return back to 455 North Garland Avenue, the Lynx terminal. Abide by the trespass warning, no contact with any witnesses or victims in the case. I'm gonna ROR Mr. Torres. You put in the order, he's to contact the public defender's office within 24 hours of his release.
Dennis Tyner is behavior.
Who?
Dennis Tyner.
I don't. He's the next third to appear.
Non-pleable?
Non-pleable.
Oh, he's somewhere, he's not even close to. I've got Mr. Broadus next, I got Mr. McCaffrey, and then I've got Mr. George, and then I've got not misdemeanor non-pleables. So are we doing the misdemeanor non-pleables now?
It's just one, I think.
Just one, yeah.
It's just one.
Oh, just one? Okay.
It's just him.
All right, so Mr. I'm sorry, what did you say? He's
Behavior, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tyner is behavior. I was hoping to see if we could resolve both of his cases.
Can you reset him to Monday? Or he can bond out if he.
Yeah, so, well, you want me to reset it on Monday?
We can reset it to tomorrow. I don't know if the weekend IA attorneys are,
I know.
so
I know. Do you know who it is? Maybe you can email them?
I don't, I can email them.
Okay, that might be fast. We'll reset it for tomorrow, and then maybe both of the cases can get resolved.
And the offer is adjudication credit for time served on both cases.
Okay. So he has the out on release case and then the new law, or the failure to appear. So we'll reset for tomorrow for a possible plea on both the out on release. Sorry, Denise.
That's okay.
But it was credit for time served as to both cases?
Yeah,
Okay.
as to both. Maybe we will be able to resolve that. Okay. Good afternoon. Oh, Mr. Broadus, how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
You good? All right. So, Mr. Broadus, you're here in 2020 MO 773AO. You're arrested for disorderly conduct. I find probable cause. Do you have an offer, Miss Kenny Swanson?
Adjudication credit for time served.
All right, Mr. Broadus, do you want to do that?
Was that time served?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you read the plea form?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Do you understand everything that was on it?
Yeah.
Are you on probation?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation.
Yeah.
Okay. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. Order you pay your court costs by 7/24/2020. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You've got some upcoming court dates coming up. You know about those?
Yeah.
Okay. You know where you need to be and where to go?
Yeah.
Okay, make sure you contact the public defender's office ahead of time to see if you're supposed to be there or not, okay? I don't want you to miss a court date, but I don't know if we're doing a lot of in-person stuff, so make sure you call them. I'm not taking any action on the other cases, but don't miss anything, all right, Mr. Broadus?
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, good luck. All right, tell me your name.
My name is Nike Henderson.
All right, Mr. Henderson, you're here in 2020 MO 774AO. You're arrested for state misdemeanors. I do find probable cause, and you have no history. I don't really want to mess that up for you, even though it's a state misdemeanor charge. Do you live here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how long have you been in Orlando?
Well, I'm from Orlando. That's my hometown.
Okay, and then do you have a residence or somewhere where you live?
I was living in Altamont with my auntie, but she moved to Georgia.
Okay.
So I was moving in with my twin sister.
Do you have a place where you get your mail?
Well, I haven't made those arrangements yet from the address in Altamont that I was in that I was at for the last 7 months.
Okay, because we don't have an address for you, so Is there any place where you will get your mail, or that you can, an address you can tell us about where you might get your mail? Or a phone number that the PD can put down to get in contact with you?
I gave my twin sister's phone number. I gave them my twin sister's phone number.
Okay, tell me, say your phone number. Do you know it?
Yeah, this is my sister.
Okay,
You ready?
yep.
It's 407 669 6529.
What's your sister's name?
Nikendra. It's N as in Nancy, IKEN, D as in dog, RA, and we have the same last name.
Henderson? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Matos, did you get that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm gonna appoint the public defender. I'm gonna release you on your own recognizance, Mr. Henderson. I want you to get in touch with the public defender. They're gonna give you a piece of paper there with that phone number on it. You call them. I want you to call them within 24 hours of your release. See if maybe you can get an address for them so that they can communicate with you. You're gonna get a court date when you get out. Do not miss that court date, okay? You might get a warrant, but I don't wanna mess up your criminal, you don't have any criminal history. I don't wanna mess with that today, okay?
So I won't have any history if I go to court?
Well, you don't have any criminal history, so if you go to court, you may be able to resolve it or do pretrial diversion. There's other things that the state can offer you, instead of getting a criminal history today, okay?
Okay.
All right, so just call the public defender tomorrow, see if they can give them any more information that you may have about an address, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Come right here. There you go.
All right, good morning, tell me your name.
Trace McCaffrey, ma'am.
All right, Mr. McCaffrey, you're
Yes,
here in 2020 MO 77580. You were arrested for state misdemeanors. I do find probable cause. Are you in Veterans Court right now?
No, I got Dan Spencer. We've had the same court case for about 10 years.
I know.
I just went to court and they said they changed it to 27. If I'm homeless, where all the court
Yeah.
costs go.
You have a court date on the 27th. You know Mr. Spencer? He's your attorney?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to resolve his case today, Mr. Matos. I don't know what the status of any competency issues are in your case, or it showed something about Veterans Court, so I'm not sure if you're in Veterans Court or not.
From what I looked up there, he was pliable, but if you don't want to
If it
resolve
was
this,
what?
I have him as pliable when I looked up and checked his cases. But if you want to reset it for Monday, that'll
Well,
be
the
fine.
case that he's out on release on, it's a 2012 case, but it's showing 1, 2, 4.
The last time I was arrested was Seminole County for accident.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have a problem resolving your case today. I just don't want it to affect
Yes,
you in a
ma'am.
negative way.
Let's do that.
okay?
Yes, ma'am, I agree with you like I always do. I got respect for her honor.
So it's showing that on 11/13/2019, there was a veteran case management progress notes filed. So that's why I think he may be in Veterans Court. And he was previously found incompetent to proceed. So I don't know if there's been any finding of competency. Has there been?
Yes.
He's not in our system, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
In my system, he's not in there. So we don't, for us, he's clean.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
No, I understood that you're saying he has another
represent
court.
him in the 2012 Tate case. He's represented by Mr. Spencer, who handles the competency cases.
I understand that.
the disposition in this case was that he was found incompetent to proceed. He has a status hearing for Veterans Court. Or he's the status hearing in front of Judge Barber on the 27th.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have any information on.
He's on conditional release.
Judge, what's that case number?
2012 CF 12455.
12455.
The last evaluation was back in October by Dr. Tate.
Yes, it's in your system. So look
And
up.
I'm home.
Look at case number, because Dan Spencer is in your office. That's who represents him.
Let's try it again this way then.
And Dr. Tate found him competent, but I don't see any finding of competency by the court at any point. So I'm not gonna do anything today on it. Ms. Kenny Swanson, do you see anything else in your system?
No, Your Honor. I see the last, I guess the status hearing it's being moved. Was moved, I don't even see the new date. I see 7/17 and then you're telling me it's actually been moved. But I don't see a finding of competency in our system.
Right, I since Dr. Tate's report, I don't see any finding and the system still says incompetent. So, so Mr. McCaffrey, I don't wanna mess anything up for you today, okay?
Ma'am,
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna release you ROR on the case,
thank you, ma'am.
okay? And I'm gonna
Now-
order that you call the public defender's office within 24 hours to get in
Yes,
touch
ma'am.
with whoever's representing you,
Yes,
okay?
yes, ma'am.
Talk to Mr. Spencer on the 27th or find out if you need to be at court or if
Yes,
you're gonna
ma'am.
appear in some other way.
I think I'll hire a private attorney.
Okay, you can do whatever you want, but I appointed the PD for you. You can hire an attorney at any
Yes,
point.
yes, I understand, yes,
So,
ma'am.
Okay,
You're
so I'm
very
not gonna
nice to
take
me
any
like
action.
you do every time.
Don't miss any court dates, okay?
Yes, ma'am, the
All
27th.
right. Okay.
I think.
No conditions of release. Or no, you know what? Don't go back to the Lake Eola, okay? You've been
Ma'am?
trespassed from there,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Stay away from Lake Eola.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Brian George.
All right, Mr. George, you're here in 2019 MM 728180, and this is a violation of probation. And I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Mr. Matos, do you want to do the arraignment today so that we get him a court date as opposed to him coming back in a couple days to do the arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. George, you're alleged to have violated your probation by committing the offense of battery by strangulation domestic violence on or about July 6th or July 18th, 2020. A special condition of probation that you had hostile or violent contact with the victim as prohibited by the court, instructed by your probation officer. A violation of special condition that you failed to enroll in batterer's intervention program within 45 days of release as instructed by the court and probation officer. And that you failed to pay $50 a month cost of supervision for the months of March 2020 through July 2020. You're currently $250 in arrears. So at this time, your bond will stay at none, and we will give you a court date. The public defender's office, you need to call them and get in touch with them, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
VOP status, August 7th at 10 o'clock, courtroom 7C.
Your Honor,
Yes.
on that date, I probably won't be able to make that date because they have me under the 14-day quarantine.
Okay, well, they'll have to figure that out. They'll let the judge know, but your attorneys will be able to file anything that they need to file for you, okay?
Is there any way I can get a bond on that?
I'm not going to give you a bond today. You'll have to get a bond from the judge who signed the warrant, okay?
Bahaman bonded.
Okay, thank you. We'll take no action.
Yes, yeah.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Darren Fraser.
Do we have Dwayne Curtis?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, he's mental health.
Okay, so Mr. Curtis is mental health.
Sorry.
I'm gonna reset Mr. Curtis for tomorrow. And then we did handle Mr. Days' case. I had him next, but we handled that in the first session. So that's already been done. And you're Mr. Frazier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Frazier, you're here in 2020 CF 8744AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was previously found for 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance and 2 counts of petty theft of $100 or more. And I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you in that case. You're not to return back to where the offenses are alleged to have occurred, and no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. And the bonds will stay set at $2,500 on counts 1 and 2. Counts 3 and 4 I will reduce to $100 each. And then you also have 2020 CF 8873AO. It's a burglary of a structure and loitering or prowling. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. And so no return back to 162 Rock Lake Drive. No contact with any victims or witnesses in that case. The bond is $3,500 and $100. All right, thank you, sir. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Levante Gordon.
Okay, Mr. Gordon, you're here in 2020 CF 8840AO. You were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer, battery resisting an officer without violence, and threats to a law enforcement officer, a public official, or a family member. And I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You're not to return back to the Parliament House at 410 North Orange Blossom Trail, and you must abide by the trespass warning. I'm going to stay the bonds at $2,500, $100, $100, and $100. You're out on release in multiple cases. 2020 CF 3809, 2020 CF 3939, 2019 CF 17499, and 2020 CF 1286. And I am going to revoke the bonds and set those at none at this time. And does he have the public defender or an attorney in all of those cases? I don't know if 2020 CF 3939 does.
That's the only one that I
Okay.
don't have the public.
So I'm
defender.
gonna appoint the public defender in that case for you as well, so that you have an attorney and they can file any motions to set bond for you in those cases. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Hale is mental health.
Okay. No, it's not a resolvable case, so I will appoint the public defender, 2020 CF 8875AO. And Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's possession of methamphetamine, possession of heroin, possession of cocaine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And I find probable cause for that offense. or those offenses. She has no criminal history. All I have is that she's moved back to Florida 6 months ago, is living with her father. And so I'm gonna release her ROR. I'm gonna order in that she get in touch with the public defender within 24 hours of her release. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription.
Christopher Heitzen is medical.
Medical?
Yes, medical.
Okay. All right, 2020 CF 8853AO. Mr. Heitzman is medical. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. Mr. Matos, do you wanna waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so he is not to return back. Well, I find probable cause for dealing in stolen property, initiating burglary of a conveyance, false verification of ownership to a secondhand dealer, dealing in stolen property, initiating, and then false verification of ownership to a secondhand dealer. So I find probable cause for all of those offenses. He's not to return back to the victim's residence. And it looks like that's a burglary that occurred at 12442 Woodbury Cove Drive. Nor is he to return to, I believe it's the Walmart at 11250 East Colonial Drive. No contact with any victim or witness in the case. The bond will stay at $2,500, $150, $150, $150, and $150. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Christopher Lewis.
All right. I was missing, oh, did this just get put on there?
I haven't changed anything.
Oh, okay. You just didn't have that paperwork before and now it's here. Okay. So, Mr. Lewis, you're here in 2020 CF 8870AO. In that case, you're charged with carrying concealed weapon by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of ammunition by a convicted felon, threats to law enforcement officer, public official, or family member, providing false ID to law enforcement, and then resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause for those offenses. And I'm gonna appoint the PD in all your cases. Looks like you've got 3 cases. 2020 CF 8784, and it's a warrant. You're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery, and probable causes previously found.
How did I have a warrant and I just went to court yesterday morning? They said
I
it
don't
was issued
know.
on the 21st, but I just showed up to court yesterday morning.
Okay, so you're saying that you went to court
I had
yesterday
to
in
go to traffic
2020
court.
CF 8784,
Yes, I went to court yesterday.
but on that charge, the
I
aggravated
mean,
assault?
I don't know the warrant. I don't even know what the warrant is. I'm saying I just
Okay,
went to
well,
court.
I'm telling you what it is. It's aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery. It was alleged to have occurred on July 21st, 2020.
July 21st.
And so if you need more information, you can contact the attorney, the public defender's office. And so there's probable cause pursuant to the warrant. And you've got 2020 CT 4533AO, and it's driving on a no valid driver's license. And I find probable cause, and I've appointed the PD in all your cases. So in 2020 8870, you're not to have any contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And the bonds will stay at 5,000, 150, 150, 100, 100, and 100. And on the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and the battery, the bonds will stay at 5,000 and 500. So no contact with any victim or witness, no weapons, no firearms, and no ammunition. And I believe there's a no return to the scene as well. And then for the no valid driver's license, you're not to drive without a valid driver's license, and that bond will stay at 500. You're out on release. In multiple cases, I'm gonna revoke the release in 2020 CF 8215 AO and 2020 CF 8187 AO. I'm not taking any action on the 2020 CT 4191 AO at this time. Does he have attorneys in all those cases?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So get in touch with the public defender's office. They'll be able to file any appropriate motions for you. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Karan Moore.
All right, Mr. Moore, you're here in 2020 CF 8743 AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was previously found for burglary of a dwelling and grand theft third degree. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in that case. You're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. No contact with any victims or witnesses. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And in 2020 CF 8872 AO, it's possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, and possession of methamphetamine. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. That bond is 4,000, 150, 150. Did I set the bonds on the warrant? No, okay. And those will stay as set in the warrant at 5,000 and 2,500. All right, please tell me your name.
Ahmadi Muhammad.
Okay. Do you also go as Hassan Moore?
Yes, my middle name.
Okay. Mr. Moore or Mr. Muhammad, I'm gonna, is he booked as Moore or Muhammad?
He was booked as more.
Okay. All right, 2020 MM 5324 AO, it's resisting an officer without violence. And I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. The bond will stay at 500. In 2020 CF 3761 AO, that's a warrant, and probable cause was found for use of an electronic access device, fraudulent use of credit cards, fraudulent use of personal identification information, petty theft, burglary of a conveyance, and grand theft third degree. And no contact with any victim or witness, no return to any of the locations as listed in the affidavit that these crimes were alleged to have occurred at. And the bonds will stay at $5,150 on each additional count. Oh, but we have an information, so that's what complicates things. Okay. So the state did file an information, I just saw that, in the 2020 CF 3761, and they did not charge the same offenses that were alleged in the warrant. So the primary offense was burglary of a conveyance, then fraudulent use of credit card more than 2 times in a 6-month period. And then 2 counts of petty theft of $100 or more. So, there's got 4 counts on the information and 6 counts on the warrant. So, count 1 on the warrant is the use of electronic access device. I'm gonna ROR on that. Fraudulent use of credit cards will remain at 150. Count 3, I'm gonna ROR petty, huh?
I was asking which charge was petty theft. Because I have count 5 and 6 as the 2 additional.
Yeah, I know, so I'm trying to figure out based on what was in the information.
Okay.
So normally what they do for corrections is that they move up what wasn't charged. That's how we've always kind of done it. So I would pick a primary offense and then I would ROR on whatever counts were not charged. But the charges are different, so I'm just trying to figure out what's most likely. So the use of electronic access devices ROR, the fraudulent use of credit cards is 150, the fraudulent use of personal identification is ROR, the petty theft I'm gonna set at 500, the burglary of a conveyance will be set at 3,500, and then the grand theft I'm just gonna set at 150. So there should be 2 RORs, and then all the other, there's 4 bonds. Everybody got that? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So the state did file an information on that case. They didn't file everything that you were arrested on. Some of the charges are different, so get with the public defender. All right, Mr. Moore, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is
All right.
Chico Wakoji.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're here in 2020 CF 8871AO. You're arrested for grand theft of a motor vehicle. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. No contact with any victim in the case. You may not return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. So, I don't know, it's a leased vehicle.
Yeah, it was
So-
a rental.
Okay, don't talk about the facts of the case.
I'm sorry.
Okay? Yeah, it's not gonna help you today, it's gonna hurt you, okay? So I am gonna stay the bond at the 1,000, I'm not gonna revoke your release,
Thank you so much.
but I'm gonna give you a little warning today. And the warning is that if you get picked up on anything else and you have 3 cases that you're out on release on, it's not gonna be a good day. okay?
I know. I run a business, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that if you get arrested again for anything else, you may end up sitting there at no bond on all of these cases.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right.
Mr. Muhammad, on
Yes.
the FTA, you stayed the bond at 9. He has a 3rd case.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
We needs to call Mr. Muhammad or Mr. Moore back. He has another case. Thank you.
Which more, Your Honor? Hassan?
Well, it's the one that goes by Muhammad as well.
Okay.
Hassan, yeah.
Amadi.
You gotta be mentally strong. Y'all got clothes on.
All right, sir, sorry, we missed one of your cases. So you have another case, and it's 2019 CF 4680AO. That's a failure to appear for pretrial conference on September 24, 2019. So the judge did revoke your release and set your bond at none on those cases. Does he have the public defender?
Yes.
Okay, so you have the public defender in that case. They're gonna have to file a motion to set bond for you in Division 20 where that case is, okay? Thank you. All right, thank you. Tell me your name.
Zaquan New.
Okay, Mr. New, you're here in 2020 CF 8860AO. It's a grand theft, third degree of a firearm. And I do find probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to return to the victim's residence or have any contact with any victim. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And the bond will stay at 1,000. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
First name AJ, last name Patel.
All right, Mr. Patel, you're here in 2020 CF 8874AO. You're arrested for false imprisonment and battery. I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. In 2020 MM 5333AO, you were arrested for battery, and I find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. So both cases, your conditions of release are you're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred, so don't go back to the 55 West Pine Street garage. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no contact with any victim or witness, and no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am going to place you in pretrial release. Make sure you comply with those court orders as well as what they tell you to do, okay?
All right, thanks.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
John Preston.
Mr. Preston, you're here in 2020 CF 8869AO. It's fleeing and eluding a law enforcement officer with pure disregard for the safety and persons or property of another. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I'll appoint the public defender in 2020 CF 8868AO. Stealing and stolen property and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. In the fleeing and eluding, the bond will be set at $7,500. On the dealing in stolen property, it stays at $2,500 and 100 on count 2. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case. And also, I am also ordering on both cases no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am revoking your release. In your out on release cases, 2020 CF 5889, 2020 CF 5600, 2020 CF 5866, AO as well. So do we have an attorney in all of those cases? Okay, you do have attorneys in all of those cases. They're gonna have to file motions to set bond for you in those cases, sir. Thank you. Good luck. All right, tell me your name, please.
My name is Kevin James Rios.
All right, Mr. Rios. You're here in 2020 CF 8883 AO. You were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, and then it looks like they charged you with manufacturing of methaqualone, but that's not what you're. There's no probable cause for that. So there's probable cause for the lesser included offense of possession of methamphetamine.
I would.
Sir, please don't talk about the facts of the case. It's not going to help you. Everything that you're saying is being recorded. Looks like there was an item found that tested positive for methamphetamine. I had it circled. Okay, yeah, there was a positive field test for methamphetamine. So that would be 893.13, subsection 6, subsection A, dash 14. So that's count 2. And so conditions of release on that case are no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I'm going to place him on pretrial release in both of the cases. In 2020 CT 4534 AO and 20 CT 4535 AO, that's driving under the influence, and then refusing to submit to a DUI test after license was suspended. Do we have a prior DUI refusal on his record? Yes. Okay, so there is probable cause for that. And so no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and it's pretrial release in that case. I'm going to order random urinalysis as well on both cases that he's in pretrial release for. All right, sir, so make sure that you follow all of those requirements, the court orders, as well as what pretrial release tells you to do, okay?
Judge, thank you. Set a bond for the.
Everything's pretrial release. Okay. Yeah. With random urinalysis. All right. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, mental health.
Sorry?
Tyree
Yeah?
Makia is mental health.
Okay, so, does he have the public defender already? It's a failure
Double
to
check.
appear.
He does, Judge.
Okay, so, he has the PD already in 2020 CF 1187. It's mental health, is that what he said?
Yes.
And Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's a $750 bond for the failure to appear.
Your Honor, just a quick question. Is this the failure to appear that he failed to appear yesterday?
The KPS says on June 24th.
Okay, thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Brian Henry Woodall.
All right, Mr. Woodall, you're here in 2019 CF 165340, and you failed to appear for a plea hearing on June 16th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
The judge did revoke your release and set your bonds at $2,000 and $1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And does he have the public defender?
Checking out.
Okay.
PD was previously appointed.
Okay, so you have the public defender. If you're unable to make that bond, your attorneys will have to file a motion to modify in Division 20, okay?
Can I just do no contest?
I'm sorry?
Can I just do no contest?
No, I can't resolve felony cases at initial appearance today. That will have to be done in the division in which it's set, okay?
Okay.
Please tell me your name.
Joseph Wozniak.
All right, Mr. Wozniak, you're here 2020 CF 5910AO. You're arrested pursuant to a capias. Probable cause was found and the state filed an information charging you with burglary of a dwelling and petty theft. And I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case, nor are you to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. That's the victim's residence. And the bond will stay at the 5,000 and count two, I'll reduce to 100. Thank you, sir.
So what happened? Okay. So I didn't get RR, right? No, you won.
Please tell me your name.
Ronald Tyrone Marshall.
All right, Mr. Marshall, you're here in 2020 CF 887780. You were arrested for possession of MDMA and possessing identification of another. And I do find probable cause for those offenses, and I'll appoint the public defender. So you can't possess any drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and no contact with any victim or witness in the case. No return back to the 421 North Orange Blossom Trail, the Nix and Black Automotive store. The bond will stay at 1,000 and 100. They also filed an on-view violation of probation. For these new law offenses, you're on active probation at this time. So I do find probable cause for that. And the bond will be stayed at none at this time. And you'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for an arraignment on the violation of probation. But the public defender can still file a bond motion for you, Mr. Marshall, so you might want to call them, okay? All right, thank you. All right, tell me your name, please.
Angel R2, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. R2, you're here on an out-of-county warrant out of Marion County. And
Yes,
the
Your
judge in
Honor.
the judge in Marion County set your bond at none. So what I'm gonna do is for what we're doing now, there's very few jurisdictions that are transporting people. And Marion County, I don't believe is one of them. So I'm gonna appoint the public defender here to represent you. You can contact them. But one of the judges that is here will contact the judge in Marion County and find out if they can give you a bond. You'll be set back on our docket for a status hearing in a couple of days, maybe a week or so. We'll let you know what we hear from Marion County, but the public defender can also file a bond motion for you here, okay?
May I make a statement for the record?
Well, I don't know anything about your Marion County case, so I don't know if it will help or hurt you if you make a statement.
No, this is about, I was given, DOC gave me permission, written and verbal, to transport, to go to Marion County and turn myself in. And when I came to let the sheriff department know that I was gonna leave, I already had a bus ticket. Then I was arrested, and Orange County took possession of me.
Okay, Mr. R2, I don't know what happened in Marion County because I'm an Orange County judge, okay?
No,
So
listen.
all of that is what you can tell the public defender and they can put that in a motion for you, okay? And that can be filed here and it can be heard here. But all I have in front of me is that you had an active warrant for sexual battery on a minor and it's a violation of probation and you have no bond. So that's all I have in front of me, okay? So I can't help you with turning yourself in or being released. You do have reporting requirements that you must comply with as well, so make sure you know what that's about, okay? Okay, so you'll hear back from us in a couple days, probably be back here in about a week.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor.
All right, thank you, good luck. All right, please tell me your name.
Bakir Magni.
All right, so you're here on a Miami-Dade County warrant, and the judge in Miami-Dade set your bond at none. And so I'm gonna appoint the public defender here to represent you. One of the judges here will contact the judge in Miami-Dade, find out if they will give you a bond.
Are
We
they
will let you
extraditing,
know.
Your Honor?
Very few places are picking people up, right? And that's why we appoint the PD here so that they can facilitate any motions to set bond for you, okay?
Okay.
So, chances of Miami coming to get you are, right now, during a pandemic, not good, okay? So that's why we appoint the PD here. So they're gonna give you a phone number, you can call that number, they can file a bond motion for you, but we will also contact the judge in Miami-Dade to see if they will give you a bond, okay?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
The judge that I would be speaking to requesting for, let's say, house arrest or a bond, would be in contact with the public defender here?
Yes, they will file a bond motion here in Orange County in the circuit court, which is the felony division. The administrative judge would hear that bond hearing here,
All
okay?
right. Copy that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, good afternoon, tell me your name.
Rithy Huey.
All right, Mr. Huey, you're here on a Hillsborough County warrant. It looks like there's 3 Hillsborough County warrants. You have bonds on each case at $2,000 on each case, so it's $6,000 total, okay?
Okay.
Is that correct? I have 3, only 3, and they're both $2,000. They're all $2,000. So if you can bond out, you can bond out because you have bonds. He doesn't have any other holds, correct?
Yes, he has a Walton County.
He has a what?
Walton County.
Walton, but I don't have that in
You
front
don't
of
have
me.
that, no. But that's
Okay.
just another detainer that he has.
Okay, does he have a bond on that? Has he
No,
already
no,
been?
Your Honor, he
No,
doesn't.
has he already been seen?
Yes,
or-
Your Honor, yes.
Okay, so if you bond out on these, it looks like you won't be getting out because you have a no bond on a Walton County warrant, and he was already seen, so he does have the public defender on that case, my guess is. I don't have any of that information in front of me, so I don't know. Yes?
I can ask a question, Your Honor.
Sure.
For the Fort Walton case is a VOP. I know that. Do you think they're gonna expedite me there?
Well, nobody's really transporting anybody right now, so that's why we appoint the public defender, and they can file motions to set bond for you. And then we also contact the judge in those counties to see if they will give you a bond.
Okay.
So somebody here, one of the judges here, will contact the judge in Hillsborough County and in in Walton County?
Fort Walton.
Fort Walton, and they'll contact them and see if they will give you a bond. If not, then the public defender can file a motion to set bond for you here.
Okay.
Okay? So
All
just
right.
call the public defender's office, all right?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
You too, thank you. Why is Judge Carter's name on all these?
Probably who was typing.
This one doesn't even have it. All right, tell me your name, please.
Brandon Kern?
All right, Mr. Kern, you're here on a Lake County warrant, and the judge in Lake County did set your bonds on each count at $2,000, so you have a $4,000 total bond. I'm gonna appoint the public defender here for you. If you're able to, does he have any other holds?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so if you bond out, you can bond out, you'll get out. If not, one of the judges here will contact the judge in Lake County to see if they'll reduce that. I don't know if they will, or if they'll, release you in any other manner, but you can always call the public defender's office. I've appointed them here for you.
Thank you.
So, they can file any other motions for you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
But I can't change anything,
All
okay?
right, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor, Tiffany Stone is mental health.
Okay, and so that's a DeSoto County warrant. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
She's got two warrants, one.
He reviewed a plea form or?
Oh, Your Honor, from the negotiation with the state attorney, we have agreed to reinstatement and the buyout of community service hours. If the court has no objection to it, that was and he has credit for at least 30 days. So it'd be credit time served, reinstatement, and no objection to buyout of the remaining hours of community service.
Okay, so the state's recommending dismissal of the two violations of condition 5?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Blair. If you'll please raise your right hand.
Morning, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name.
Rodney Jerome Blair.
All right, Mr. Blair, you are present this morning in case 17 CF 3125, in which you were placed on probation for burglary of a structure and grand theft. The burglary of a structure is a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years state prison, 5 years probation, and/or a fine of up to $5,000, as is the grand theft charge. Do you understand what the charges are, sir?
Yes, sir.
You've been accused of violating your probation. Based on the recommendation of the state, I'm going to dismiss the two alleged violations of condition 5, which leaves the alleged violation of condition 8, which is that you failed to complete the community service hours as ordered. Do you understand what you've been accused of?
Yes, sir.
If you admit that you did willfully violate your probation could be revoked and terminated. You could be sentenced to up to a total of up to 10 years state prison. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And do you wish to admit that you violated your probation as alleged?
Judge, I'm sorry, can I step in here?
Yes.
My understanding, I didn't intend
You recommend
to.
dismissal of the whole thing? or-
Yes.
Okay.
He is a violent felony offender of special concern, so I don't think we can actually just dismiss it. I think we need to hold a hearing. I'm gonna call no witnesses, and then we can dismiss it.
Okay.
The statute says that we must hold a hearing for a violent felony offender of special concern.
Right.
It does not
So-
be classified as a hearing?
So, you're saying the state's moving to dismiss all the alleged violations?
Yes, but it requires, because he's a violent felony
Right,
offender.
I understand
yes.
that part. But I thought he was entering an admission and then there'd be a danger hearing as far as. So it would be at this point, since the state's not going forward on the alleged violations of condition 5, then the only remaining violation is one of the technical ones, I believe, that falls outside the purview. But if you're wanting to move to dismiss all the alleged violations, I'm sure the defense has no objection. Any problem with that, Mr. Thompson?
Of course, we have no objection that we can get it done today, that's for sure.
Okay.
And I'd like to hold the hearing, present no evidence, have all of them dismissed, reinstated, and then we could modify probation to do the buyout like the defense attorney asked.
All right. So do you have any evidence or testimony you wish to present this to the?
State has no evidence in this case, Judge.
Okay. Based on the lack of evidence as to the defendant posing any danger to the community, based on the states indicating that they're not going forward with the alleged violations of condition 5 with any proof, and that leaving only the alleged violation of condition 8 relating to community service hours only, the court will this time, again, at the recommendation of the state, dismiss the violation of probation in this case, finding that the defendant poses no danger to the community. That being the case, then you are asking that the probation be modified to allow him to buy out the community service hours.
It may cause some issues moving forward with COVID, and we're not sure how this is working, so if we could have option to buy out, that would be great, Your Honor.
All right, state, you wish to be heard?
Judge, that works for the state.
All right. Very well, then, Mr. Blair, the court has dismissed the violation. You'll be released from the jail as to this case today.
Yes, sir.
You do need to report to the probation office no later than 2:00 p.m. tomorrow. Are you in jail for anything else right now?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir.
Okay. And the court will modify the probation to allow any remaining community service hours to be bought out at the statutory rate at the election of the defendant. So that still has to be done at the rate of no fewer than 8 hours every month. So you either need to do the hours or pay the statutory amount, Mr. Blair.
They could be paid by Friday, sir.
I'm sorry?
I could be paid the whole thing by Friday.
I couldn't.
He said he's gonna pay the whole thing by Friday.
Okay, that's fine then. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. You guys have a great weekend, okay?
too.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no later than 2:00 on Monday. Yeah. Thank you. All right. We have a status hearing on Joseph Alvarez Betancourt.
Morning, Your Honor. Richard Mendoza on behalf of Mr. Betancourt.
Your Honor, this is we were waiting for him to return from Orange County, and we are ready to enter a plea on this case. He will require the interpreter.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Alan Figueroa, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter.
Ms. Figueroa, have you been sworn yet this morning?
Not yet, Your Honor.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do. Alan Figueroa, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter.
All right, Ms. Figueroa, we're here in case 19 CF 2735 for a plea this morning. This is State versus Joseph Betancourt Alvarez. Mr. Betancourt Alvarez does not have the headset on.
¿Me escucha?
Sí, te escucho.
He can hear me, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Betancourt, if you'll please state your name.
Señor Betancourt, por favor, diga su nombre.
Joseph Betancourt Alvarez.
Joseph Betancourt Alvarez.
Okay, Mr. Betancourt, I'm sorry. First, I need you to please raise your right hand.
Señor Betancourt, levanta la mano derecha, por favor.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Jura, promete que el testimonio que rendirá será la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Sí.
Yes.
Please state your name again, sir.
Diga su nombre nuevamente, por favor.
Joseph Betancourt Alvarez.
Joseph Betancourt Alvarez.
Okay, Mr. Betancourt Alvarez, Mr. Mendoza, who's present here in court with us today, has submitted a written plea form in this case.
Bien, señor Betancourt y señor Mendoza, que se encuentra aquí presente en la sala, me ha entregado un formulario declaratorio hoy.
The written plea form tells me you wish to enter pleas of no contest to possession of a firearm by a convicted felon as charged in count 1.
El convenio declaratorio me indica que usted desea, el formulario me indica que usted desea aceptar un convenio declaratorio ante el primer cargo de tenencia de un arma de fuego por una persona declarada convicta.
To carrying a concealed firearm as charged in count 2.
En el segundo cargo de portar un arma oculta.
To possession of heroin as charged in count 3.
En el tercer cargo de tenencia de heroína.
And to driving while license suspended as charged in count 5.
Y en el quinto cargo de conducir con la licencia suspendida.
Is that what you want to do?
¿Es eso lo que usted desea hacer, señor?
Sí, es un plea de 18 meses concurrente con el otro caso.
Yes, it's an 18-month plea concurrent with the other case.
We'll get to all that.
Ya llegaremos a eso.
But is this what you want to do?
Pero es esto lo que usted desea hacer.
Sí.
Yes.
The state you'll be null processing count 4, is that correct?
Yes, Judge. State announces a no pros to count 4.
En fiscalía desestima el cuarto cargo, sí, su señoría. La fiscalía desestimará el cuarto cargo.
Mr. Betancourt Alvarez, the charge of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison, 15 years probation, and/or a fine of up to $10,000.
Señor Betancourt, el primer cargo de tenencia de un arma de fuego por un declarado convicto es un delito de segundo grado, sancionable con hasta 15 años de prisión, con hasta 15 meses de libertad vigilada y con hasta una multa de $10,000.
The charges of carrying a concealed firearm and possession of heroin are both third-degree felonies punishable by up to 5 years state prison, 5 years probation, and/or a fine of up to $5,000.
Las acusaciones, los cargos 2 y 3 de tenencia de o portar un arma oculta y tenencia de heroína, ambas son delitos de tercer grado, sancionable con hasta 5 años de prisión, 5 años de libertad vigilada y con hasta $5,000 de multa.
The charge of possession of heroin also carries a mandatory 6-month driver's license suspension.
La acusación de tenencia de heroína también acarrea una suspensión de la licencia de un plazo de 6 meses.
The charge of driving while license suspended is a misdemeanor which is punishable by up to 60 days in the county jail, up to 6 months probation, and/or a fine of up to $500.
Conducir con licencia suspendida es una falta, lo cual acarrea una sanción máxima de hasta 60 días de cárcel, de hasta 6 meses de libertad vigilada y de hasta $500 de multa.
You understand what the charges and penalties are?
¿Ha entendido usted cuáles son las acusaciones y las sanciones que acarrea cada uno, señor? Sí. Yes.
Did you read and understand the written plea form?
¿Usted leyó y entendió el formulario declaratorio?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any questions at all about anything that's written on the plea form?
¿Alguna duda con respecto a lo que consta en el formulario?
No.
No.
Are you currently under the influence of medication or any other drug or alcohol?
¿Se encuentra usted bajo los efectos de algún tipo de droga, alcohol o medicamento en este momento?
No.
No.
Are you thinking clearly at this time?
¿Está pensando usted con la mente despejada?
Sí.
Yes.
Did any person coerce or force you in any way to enter this plea?
¿Acaso alguien lo ha coaccionado u obligado a aceptar este convenio?
No.
No.
The recommendation is that you would be adjudicated guilty of all counts and sentenced to a total of 18 months in the Florida Department of Corrections.
La resolución sería emitir un dictamen de culpabilidad y emitir 18 meses de prisión.
You'd be given credit for 353 days' time served.
Se le acreditarían 353 días ya cumplidos
This sentence would run concurrent with any other sentence you may be serving.
y la sentencia sería concurrente con cualquier otra sentencia que esté cumpliendo.
The court would also impose a fine, court costs, public defender lien, and application fee.
También se emitirían los gastos de enjuiciamiento, honorarios de abogado y de solicitud.
And there'd be a 6-month driver's license suspension.
Y se suspendería su licencia por un plazo de 6 meses.
Is that your understanding of the plea agreement?
¿Es así como usted ha entendido que sería el convenio, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
You've been represented by Mr. Mendoza. Are you satisfied with his representation of you?
Está siendo representado por el señor Mendoza. ¿Se encuentra usted satisfecho con la asesoría del señor Mendoza?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you believe it is in your best interest to enter this plea?
¿Y usted cree que aceptar este convenio es lo que mejor le conviene hacer?
Sí.
Yes.
You understand that if you are not a United States citizen, entering this plea will subject you to deportation.
Si acaso no fuese ciudadano estadounidense, al aceptar este convenio puede quedar sujeto a deportación. ¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
If you are at any time sentenced to state prison, and if you have ever previously been convicted of a sexually motivated or sexually violent crime, once you complete any sentence imposed by the court, you could be committed civilly as a sexually violent predator. Do you understand?
Si usted en el pasado ha sido declarado un depredador sexual o ha sido hallado culpable de algún ilícito sexual o de índole sexual, al cumplir con su sentencia carcelaria puede quedar sujeto a internamiento forzoso civil si ese fuese el caso. ¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
You have the right to have a jury trial in your case, and if you chose to go to trial, at your trial, you would be presumed to be innocent.
Usted tiene el derecho a que se celebre juicio en su caso y si se hubiese celebrado juicio, usted hubiese tenido el derecho.
You understand?
¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
You could not be found guilty at trial unless a jury unanimously found the state had proven your guilt beyond reasonable doubt.
Usted no hubiese podido ser hallado culpable en dicho juicio a menos que el jurado haya determinado que sea culpable más allá de todo razonable. ¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
You'd have the right to be represented throughout your trial by Mr. Mendoza, and you would have the right to confront and cross-examine witnesses who testified against you.
Usted hubiese tenido el derecho a ser representado por el señor Mendoza, al igual que poder carear y contrainterrogar a los testigos que sean convocados en su contra. ¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
You would have the right to present witnesses and evidence in your defense, and you're entitled to use of the court's subpoena power to require any witnesses you have to be present at the trial.
Hubiese tenido el derecho a convocar sus propios testigos y presentar sus propias pruebas en su defensa y hubiese tenido el derecho a usar el poder de emplazamiento del juzgado para poder convocar a esos testigos. ¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
You also have the right to testify yourself, or you could choose not to testify. If you chose not to testify, you have the right to have the jury instructed they could not consider the fact that you chose not to testify as evidence of guilt. Do you understand?
Usted hubiese tenido el derecho a testificar o si hubiese decidido no testificar y permanecer en silencio, yo le hubiera dado las instrucciones a jurados de que no pueden hallarlo culpable por el simple hecho de no querer testificar. ¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
By entering a plea of no contest, you're giving each one of the rights we've talked about, as well as the other rights on the written plea form, and there will not be a trial in your case.
Al asentar declaraciones de no me opongo, usted renuncia a todos los derechos que le he mencionado, al igual que los demás derechos mencionados en el formulario, y no se celebrará juicio en su caso.
You understand?
¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
You also, by entering the plea, are waiving your right to appeal any matters relating to your case, with the exception of the jurisdiction of this court to hear your case and the legality of the sentence imposed. Do you understand?
Al aceptar este convenio, también renuncia al derecho a poder apelar cualquier sentencia emitida por este juzgado, a menos que esa sentencia tenga que ver con la jurisdicción del juzgado para poder conocer su caso o con la legalidad de la sentencia emitida. ¿Lo ha entendido? Yes.
Very well. Mr. Betancourt Alvarez, I've read the arrest affidavit by Deputy Harris in this case, and based on that affidavit, I find there's a factual basis upon which the plea can be accepted.
Bien, señor. He leído el affidavit de arresto que fue radicado por el oficial Harrison y basado en los hechos que constan en el documento de arresto, determino que existen fundamentos fácticos suficientes para sustentar el convenio.
I find that you are alert and intelligent, that you understand the nature of the charges against you and the penalties you're facing.
Determino que ha tomado una decisión consciente y que entiende las acusaciones que está enfrentando y las consecuencias que acarrean.
I find that your decision to enter the plea has been freely and voluntarily made, and that you've had the advice of competent counsel with whom you say you're satisfied.
Determino que la decisión de aceptar este convenio la ha hecho de su libre albedrío y que está siendo representado por un abogado competente.
I find that you understand the rights that you're giving up by entering the plea.
Y ha entendido los derechos a los que está renunciando al aceptar este convenio.
So I'll accept the plea of no contest.
Acepto su declaración de no me opongo.
Mr. Mendoza, do you agree the score sheet was 16.43 total sentence points?
Sorry, go ahead.
¿Alguna
It's,
objeción?
49.9 total sentence points.
No objection to 49.9.
¿Alguna objeción, licenciado, a la hoja de cálculos con 49,9 puntos? Sin objeción.
Is there anything further to be said before sentence is imposed then?
None from defense, Your Honor.
¿Algo más? Antes de que se emita la sentencia, nada de la defensa, su señoría.
All right, Mr. Betancourt Alvarez, you will be adjudged guilty of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon as charged in count one.
Señor Betancourt Álvarez, usted será hallado culpable de la acusación en el primer cargo de portar un arma, siendo declarado un convicto.
Carrying a concealed firearm as charged in count two.
Por portar un arma oculta en el segundo cargo.
Possession of heroin is charged in count three.
Tenencia de heroína en el tercer cargo.
And driving while license suspended as charged in count five.
Y conducir con licencia suspendida en el quinto cargo.
As to counts 1, 2, and 3, you'll be sentenced to 18 months in the Florida Department of Corrections.
Ante los cargos 1, 2 y 3 será sentenciado a 18 meses de prisión.
That'll be with credit for 353 days' time served.
Acreditándole 153 días cumplidos.
Those sentences will run concurrent with each other and concurrent with any other sentence you may be serving.
Las sentencias serán concurrentes la una con la otra y con cualquier otra sentencia que esté cumpliendo.
Count 5, you'll be sentenced to 60 days in the county jail.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Count 5 will be 60 days in the county jail.
Dígase, I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were both kind of talking at the same time. I apologize. Diga, señor.
¿Son 353 días cumplidos o 153?
I'm sorry. It's 353 days accredited or 153 days?
353.
353.
Ok, disculpe.
Okay, I apologize.
As to count 5, you'll be sentenced to 60 days in the county jail with credit for 60 days' time served.
En el quinto cargo se emitirán 60 días de cárcel, acreditándole 60 días cumplidos.
You're ordered to pay court costs of $415.
Pagará las costas judiciales de $415.
Cost of prosecution of $100.
Costa de enjuiciamiento de $100.
Fine of $500.
Una multa de $500.
Public defender lien of $100.
Honorarios de abogado de $100.
Public defender application fee of $50.
Y solicitud del defensor público de $50.
The money is all ordered to be paid at the rate of no less than $50 every month.
Todo eso deberá pagarlo a un mínimo de $50 mensuales
Through the clerk's collection program.
a través de la Secretaría del Tribunal.
You have until May 1st of 2021 to make your first payment.
Tiene hasta el 1 de mayo del 2021 para realizar el primer pago.
Payments need to be made to the clerk of the court here in Osceola County.
El pago los hará a través de la Secretaría del Tribunal acá en el Condado de Osceola.
Payments in person, you can pay by mail, or you can pay online.
Puede pagar en persona, por correo o electrónicamente.
Your driving privileges are ordered suspended for a period of 6 months.
Se suspenderá su permiso de conducir por un plazo de 6 meses.
The court has no objection to you obtaining a business purposes license if you otherwise qualify.
No hay ninguna objeción de parte del juzgado a que consiga una licencia de autorización limitada si reúne los requisitos.
Sorry? Count 3, correct. I'm sorry. I said count 5. That's count 3. You'll be required to submit a biological specimen for inclusion in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement DNA database.
Deberá someter una muestra de ADN para que sea archivada en la base de datos de ADN del condado de Osceola.
Is there anything further with respect to this witness?
No, sir, thank you.
Algo más,
Court
licenciado, nada
outlines,
más.
You have 30 days within which you can appeal the judgment and sentence was just entered.
Señor Betancur Álvarez tiene 30 días para poder apelar la sentencia emitida.
If you wish to appeal and cannot afford to hire a lawyer, I will appoint one to represent you.
Si desea apelar y no puede costearse un abogado para la apelación, se le designaría uno para ello.
If you do not file an appeal in writing within 30 days, you waive your right to appeal.
Si no radica el recurso de apelación dentro de un plazo de 30 días por escrito, renunciaría al derecho a poder apelar.
You understand?
¿Lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Judge.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Okay, we got James Campbell.
Judge, for the record, Richard Mendoza covering for Kalonje LeBay.
Good morning, Mr. Campbell. Tell us your name, please.
I'm in.
Sorry? Tell us your name, please.
I'm still living out there on the streets, but.
Yes, tell us your name, please.
James Russell Campbell.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Campbell's here in cases 19 MM 2013, 19 MM 2829, 19 CF 361, 19 CF 4121, 19 MM 1874, and 19 MM 3463, I'm sorry. Mr. Campbell, you started to say you're living where now? Where are you living?
I'm living with my sister's coming around. She's I haven't seen her in like 9 years.
All right. So you've been living out in the woods, or?
And she's living out there at my mother's house out there on Nova Road, eating on the lakes.
Okay, well, you're supposed to be here, about a week ago, in fact, a week ago. Can you tell me why you didn't show up?
I was in the hospital for 2 days, and then they transported me from the hospital to Park Place, and I was in Park Place for over almost 2 days, and they called me. The sheriff catched up with me right on the date of my when I got released.
Okay.
And
So,
if I would have known my court date, I would have been there.
all right. Do you know who your lawyer is? Do you know who your lawyer is?
Excuse me?
Do you know your lawyer?
No, I haven't had a lawyer in a long time.
You've had one. All right, Mr. Campbell, I'm going to release you in these cases on conditional release with the same conditions. So you'll be let out of jail today. We'll reset your case.
Judge, I don't think we've gotten a new evaluation since he was found incompetent. So are we resetting it for the purpose of holding a competency hearing? Or not a competency hearing, but
No,
an evaluation?
Saying for a status hearing.
Okay.
We may be ready for a reevaluation.
Your Honor, my note says that that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. Then I will reappoint Dr. Skazinski to evaluate Mr. Campbell in all of these cases. And Mr. Campbell, we're going to reset your case for a competency hearing on August the 14th at 8:30. So when you get out, you're going to be released today. You need to contact your lawyer with the Public Defender's Office. Do you have a phone or access to a phone?
Yeah, I'll go straight. I'll go straight down to the courthouse. I need to find out about a little bit more than my lawyer. I need to find out about where my family's at.
Okay. Yeah, go down to the Public Defender's Office at the courthouse. You know where it is, on the first floor?
Yeah.
Okay. Just make sure that you coordinate with them. They'll help you get the appointment with Dr. Skazinski. And then hopefully we can get all your cases taken care of so we can get this put behind you. All right?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So if you'll submit a proposed order, Mr. Donnelly?
It should.
Okay. All right, we have a status hearing on Joseph Capana.
For the record, Your Honor, Richard Mendoza covering for Kristen Karonk on behalf of...
Conk is also, I think, on,
Oh, is she?
yeah. Well, I see the KC. Ms. Conk, are you with us? Okay, there you are.
There it is.
Okay. Where are we on Mr. Capana's case?
So he was in contact for a while, and then me and drug court could no longer get in contact with him. Now here he is.
Okay.
So they did reject the referral, but I spoke with them this week when he got picked up and resubmitted it, so they should be now getting the assessment done with him.
Mr. Capana,
Yes, sir.
state your name, please.
My name is Joseph Adam Capana.
Mr. Capana, when you're not in jail, where are you living?
I'm back to St. Cloud now. I was on a bike run for cancer awareness, and I just got back with it like last week. And I was going to go to I've been trying to call it, but my phone had got stolen. I got a new phone since then, and it's got minutes and everything on it.
Okay, so you're staying at 430 Connecticut Avenue?
That's my that's where my mom that's where I'm at.
Okay. So you're staying somewhere else, but,
Well, I'm kind of homeless right now on the
okay.
streets.
You get your mail? Do you go by your mom's house and get mail, or?
My mom tends to throw my mail away for some reason. I don't know, but she doesn't let me know anything. I tried to call her the other day, and she says, "Where's my battery for my wheelchair?" I don't know.
So where could mail be sent that you would get?
I have no official mailing address. I mean, I'm trying to move out to Satellite Beach, but like I don't know how to get that all situated.
Yeah.
Like I just got to get out of Osceola County because they say changing people, places, and things, and that's so much. So far, it worked.
Okay, well, the issue is we need to be able to get in touch with you, and
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm back in St. Cloud, so I could probably kick it over to Kissimmee for a little bit. I don't know how to change until I figure out how to change the Satellite Beach thing. I don't know who to talk to. Because it's the first time I've been sober, it's like straight sober for the past like 4 months, and I'm happy about it.
that's great. One moment, I have the email I've got to address here.
I mean, I could go see Mario today if need be, or tomorrow or whatever. I mean, I know.
Just one moment.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Capana, I'm going to, so right now you're staying out in the woods somewhere or staying at couch surfing or?
Yeah, couch surfing basically, but I can, like, I do have a residence that I can use the address now. I can use an address now, because I just made friends with some good people that live in St. Cloud.
Okay. All right, well, I'll go ahead and at this time, I'm going to release you on pretrial release
Okay.
with drug testing as a requirement.
Is it gonna be the drug court thing still?
And yes, if you get into drug court, then you'll get off our docket, but I'm going to set this case for the September 29th trial docket, pretrial September 16th. State.
Okay.
Judge, I just wanted to let you and the defendant know, I've got a note that says he's been rejected from drug court due to the lack of contact.
Right, he was. We're all aware of that.
We're trying to get him back in?
Yeah, Ms.
Okay.
Cronk is trying to get him back in, so thank you then.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so, Mr. Capana, when you get out,
Yeah.
no later than Monday, you need to get in touch with Ms. Cronk at the Public Defender's Office.
Okay.
And you need to stay in at least weekly contact with her until you get the case transferred to drug court or the case gets resolved.
Got you. So don't go to Satellite Beach.
Well, you can, I don't care where you go between now and then, but you have to keep in touch.
Okay, Mr. Morgan.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, then Miguel Johnson.
Judge, he's not in custody, no, that's also Ms. Cronk's case. He's next door.
Okay, so we'll hold off on him. And I guess Alexander Sierra Morales is next door, probably.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. What about Xavier Levasseur?
He's next door.
Okay. So then, Alcide Maldonado Rosado. Morning, sir. State your name.
Siri Maldonado Rosado.
Mr. Maldonado Rosado, you are here in case 20 CF 1300 and in case 20 CF 1301.
I need Spanish.
And you're also here in case 20 CF 1754. In each of those cases, your lawyer had filed a motion for release on recognizance due to the failure of the state to file a charging document within the time period provided by the rules of criminal procedure.
Excuse me, Judge. He's requesting an interpreter.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Alan Figueroa, back on the line.
Morning, Ms. Figueroa. We're here on three cases. Case 20 CF 1300, 20 CF 1301, and 20 CF 1754. They all are the same defendant, Alcide Maldonado Rosado. And we're here on motion for ROR in each of these cases. Mr. Alcide Maldonado, if you'll please tell us your name.
Señor Maldonado, por favor, díganos su nombre.
Alcide Maldonado Rosado.
Alcibi Maldonado Rosado.
Ms. Maldonado Rosado, your lawyer had filed a motion for release on recognizance in each of your three cases.
Señor Maldonado, su abogado ha radicado un pedimento para libertad bajo palabra en cada uno de los cargos.
That was based on the failure of the state to file a information or charging document within the time period provided by the rules of procedure.
Eso es basado en que la Fiscalía faltó radicar un documento de acuerdo con las leyes de procedimiento.
The state has filed an information in two of your cases.
La Fiscalía ha radicado un documento acusatorio en 2 de sus casos.
So in cases 20 CF 1300 and 20 CF 1301, the motion for ROR will be denied.
Esos en los casos 20 CF 1300 y en el 20 CF 1301 el pedimento será denegado.
The state has not filed an information case 20 CF 1754.
Y la Fiscalía no ha radicado un documento acusatorio en el 20 CF 1754.
So the motion for release on recognizance will be.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. In light of the state filing the information, we would like to withdraw our motion on 20 CF 1754.
Perdón, su señoría, dado el hecho de que la Fiscalía ha radicado los documentos acusatorios, deseamos anular el pedimento en el caso 20 CF 1754.
Okay. So in cases 20 CF 1300 and 20 CF 1301, you were charged with petty theft as a third or subsequent offender.
Bien, en los casos 20 CF 1300 y 1301 se le acusa de hurto de menor cuantía como tercera vez como ya convicto.
Each of those two charges is a felony punishable by up to 5 years state prison, 5 years probation, and or a fine of up to $5,000.
Cada uno de esos cargos es un delito sancionable con hasta 5 años de prisión, con hasta 5 años de libertad vigilada y con hasta $5,000 de multa.
You understand what you've been accused of?
¿Entiende de lo que se le ha acusado, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Ms. Mendoza?
Yes, Your Honor. Both of those cases will enter a plea of not guilty.
Aceptaremos declaración de inocente en ambos de esos casos.
Mr. Maldonado Rosado, those two cases will be set for jury trial during the trial period, which will begin on September the 29th. Pre-trial will be on September 16th.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe these are Division 301 cases.
Thank you. So,
Bien, señor Maldonado, los casos serán fijados para la fecha de juicio o para el plazo de juicio que comienza el 29 de septiembre con vista preparatoria el 16 de septiembre.
actually, those dates are in error, Mr. Figueroa. So,
Perdón, esas fechas están erróneas.
since this is Division 301, your case will be set for the September 8th trial docket. Pre-trial will be on August the 26th.
Ya que es en otra división, la fecha de juicio será para el 8 de septiembre y la vista preparatoria para el 26 de agosto.
All right, your attorney will be in touch with you. You may be able to resolve the cases earlier.
Su abogado se comunicará con usted, puede que usted pueda resolver los casos antes.
Court must reflect that the motion for ROR was denied as to cases 20 CF 1300 and 20 CF 1301.
Que reflejen actas que el pedimento para libertad bajo palabra fue denegado en los casos 20 CF 1300 y 20 CF 1301.
And the motion was withdrawn as to case 20 CF 1754.
Y el pedimento fue retirado en el caso 20 CF 1754.
Thank you, Mr. Alcide, or Maldonado Rosado. I'm sorry.
Gracias, señor Maldonado Rosado.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Judge, if that's all the jail fee, I'm going
I
to
think
move over
that-
next door to the out of custody.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, do we have anyone else at the jail we haven't addressed? I guess not. No.
Jean Diaz Varela.
PD approved. Your Honor, defense would like to request that you waive the reading of the charges.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter.
afternoon. Have you been previously sworn?
Yes, I have.
All right, I've got 20 CF 2092 is our first case. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
John Díaz, 0926-2001.
John Diaz, 0926-2001.
Sir, you need to put your mask on.
Señor, tiene que ponerse esa mascarilla
Just make sure you speak loudly enough that we can hear you.
y simplemente asegúrese de hablar lo suficientemente alto para que le podamos oír.
I'm going to direct this to everybody there. If you have a mask on, which you should, make sure it's pulled up over your nose.
Esto se lo digo a todos los que están ahí. Si tienen mascarilla, lo cual deberían de tener, asegúrense de subirlo para cubrir la nariz.
Sir, do you know what you've been arrested for?
Señor, ¿acaso sabe usted por qué le han arrestado? Yes.
Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause.
Se ha estudiado el informe acusatorio y determinó que existe suficiente fundamento fáctico.
Bond to be set in the amount of $1,000 for each count,
Por cada acusación se fija la fianza en $1,000,
for a total of $10,000.
un monto total de $10,000.
You're not to have any contact with persons under the age of 18.
Prohibido ningún tipo de contacto con personas menores de 18 años.
You're not to access the internet or any social media.
Y prohibido tener acceso al Internet ni tampoco a ningún medio social.
Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
La próxima vista será por notificación.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor. Thank you.
Jose Duran, 20MM1739.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Indique su nombre y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Marzo 4, 1967.
March the 4th, 1967.
And your name.
¿Y su nombre?
José Durán.
Jose Duran.
Sir, you've been arrested for a violation of a domestic violence injunction.
Señor, usted fue detenido por incumplir con una orden de alejamiento por violencia doméstica.
Sí.
Yes.
The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause.
Se ha estudiado el informe acusatorio y determinó que existe suficiente indicios de criminalidad.
Bond to be set in the amount of $1,000.
Se fija la fianza en $1,000.
You're not to have any contact with Maritza Duran.
Prohibido ningún tipo de contacto con Maritza Durán.
No contact means no in-person contact.
Ningún tipo de contacto significa nada en persona,
No third-party contact.
ni a través de un tercero,
What that means is you're not allowed to have anyone else contact her on your behalf.
lo cual significa que no puede permitir que nadie se comunique con ella por parte de usted.
No telephone contact.
Ningún tipo de contacto por teléfono,
No social media contact.
ningún tipo de contacto por medios sociales,
No contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
ningún tipo de contacto en absoluto. ¿Me ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
You're not to return to 2001 Remembrance Avenue in St. Cloud.
Prohibido regresar a la 2001 Avenida Remembrance en St. Cloud.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs.
Prohibido la tenencia o el consumo de alcohol o drogas.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Prohibido la tenencia de armas o armas de fuego.
And you're to follow all court orders.
Y se acatará usted a cada orden judicial.
Next court date.
Next court date if still in jail, August 6th, if filed August 18th, in courtroom 5B at 8:30 a.m.
I'm sorry, for the interpreter, is that 5B as in Bravo?
Yes, ma'am.
La próxima vista, si sigue detenido en la cárcel, es el 6 de agosto. Si ya está fuera, es el 18 de agosto en la sala 5B a las 8:30.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Jesus Morero, 20MM1740.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Indique su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
23 de febrero de 1952.
23rd of February, 1952.
And your name?
¿Y su nombre?
Jesús Marrero.
Jesús Marrero.
State, the charging affidavit that you have, what is the charge on this, please?
A la Fiscalía, el informe acusatorio que tiene usted, ¿cuál es la acusación que consta en ello?
Your Honor, the charging affidavit, it reads that it's a violation of a domestic violence injunction.
Su señoría, el informe acusatorio consta que es un incumplimiento de la orden de alejamiento por violencia doméstica.
Ms. Jordan, do we have a victim outside?
No, Your Honor, there's another attorney here to do the plea later. The doors are locked.
No, su señoría, tenemos otro abogado aquí para ocuparse del convenio declaratorio. Las puertas están cerradas.
I'm going to allow a 24-hour reset because in reading the affidavit, it doesn't mention an injunction, just a no contact order.
Voy a permitir que sea aplazado por 24 horas porque al leer la orden de alejamiento, al leer el informe acusatorio no indica que hubo una orden de alejamiento, simplemente una prohibición de contacto.
Initially, the correct statute number was placed on it, but then it was crossed out and replaced with another one.
Inicialmente pusieron el artículo de ley correcto, pero luego lo tacharon y pusieron otro.
So if you could clarify with the deputy, and then they'll handle it tomorrow.
Tienen que esclarecer eso con el alguacil y nos ocuparemos de esto mañana. Sí, su señoría.
Yeah, 20 CF 1135 will be revoked. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Ms. Ferrara, I think that's it. If you want to just make a quick announcement.
Absolutamente. ¿Queda alguien más que requiere un intérprete en español?
Oh, I see another person. What is your name, please?
Señor, indique su nombre.
Martic Arión.
¿Perdón?
Martic Arión.
Martic Arión.
PD approved.
Aprobado, defensor público.
Sir, state your date of birth, please.
Señor, indique su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Enero 11 de 1979.
January the 11th, 1979.
Sir, you're here for a violation of probation as an on-view violation.
Señor, ¿se encuentra usted aquí por incumplimiento de su régimen de libertad vigilada? El incumplimiento se está haciendo en persona
And there's zero bond.
y no tiene derecho a fianza.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Next court date, July 31st, in courtroom 3D at 2 p.m.
La próxima vista será el 31 de julio en la sala 3D a las 2 de la tarde.
Thank you, Ms. Arroyo.
You're welcome. The interpreter will disconnect.
Thank you. James Neary. Sir, if you can put the mask up over your nose, please. Thank you. State your name and date of birth, please.
Name's James Victor Neary, Senior, 1766, ma'am.
Mr. Neary, I'm seeing you today on out-of-county warrants for Volusia County. One of them is under 2016-303-217. And one of them is 2016-303-554. Both of them are at zero bond, sir. I know you were seen yesterday, but once you're served with the warrant, that trumps what happened yesterday, so both of them are at zero bond.
Do you understand my health condition? I just lost my big toe. I'm in terrible health, and I need to get back to the hospital.
Mr. Neary, I understand, but I have to follow the law, and the law says these are at zero bond. Public defender can speak with you.
Yesterday. Can I talk to my public defender, ma'am? First of all, that's not the public defender I had yesterday. I had Ms. Booker.
The public defender will speak with you at a later date, sir.
Okay, so yesterday, the whole thing was a waste of time with the other judge. And the plea to get 250 bond.
Mr. Neary, our business is concluded. Thank you. So now ready? Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Donnell Reddy, 9/22/93.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up for a couple out-of-county warrants. One of them is out of Broward. It's 19-012088 CF10A. There's a zero bond. And then there's two additional ones under 19-4841 CF10A. Each of those are a zero bond, and they're out of Broward as well. Thank you, sir. David Sanders. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
David Sanders, 011991.
Thank you. Mr. Sanders, you've been picked up on a warrant out of Polk County under CF 2004975, and there's zero bond. Thank you.
Okay, I was told that you would be able to set a bond for me for that case.
No, sir, that's not correct. Under the Florida Supreme Court order, what we have to do is communicate with Polk County, and if they decide that we have the ability to take action, we can. But as of today, we don't have that ability.
Okay.
Thank you. Lori Beecher.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth, please.
Lori Beecher, 11/22/72.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been picked up on a couple of matters. The first is a warrant for violation of probation. The alleged allegations are that you received a new law for a Dwillis, non-payment of cost of supervision, non-payment of court fines and costs, community service hours, and a basic life skills course. There's zero bond on that warrant, ma'am. Additionally, there is a failure to appear under 20 CT 1288. That has a $250 bond. Thank you.
Next court date for 2019, 1310, August 6th, in courtroom 5B at 8:05 a.m. And for 2020, CT 1288, if still in jail, August 6th, if out, August 31st, in courtroom 5B at 8:30 a.m.
Kenneth Witt.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth.
Kenneth Witt, August 2nd, 1994.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to say that the bonds that the defendant's out on should not be violated because the incidents of the new arrest happened in 2019. He's been out on bond on these other two cases since April of this year. But I just need to let you know that the bonds were surrendered on these two cases that he was out on
They were surrendered when?
today.
Okay. So you're going to need to revoke that because it's not a violation. Revoke both of them. Because it can only be surrendered if it were a current violation, and it's not. All right, sir, you've been picked up on two charges, credit card fraud as well as petty theft. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount on count 1 of $1,000, count 2, $100. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're also not to return to 7-Eleven, Burger King, Sunoco, or Sitco. Court date?
Next court date, August 5th, in courtroom 5F at 8:15 a.m.
Thank you, sir.
Can you tell me who the victim is so I know not to?
I can't hear you.
Can you tell me who the victim is so I know who not to have contact with?
The owner of the cards that you allegedly used.
All right, thank you.
It'll be on your paperwork. Jeffrey Winward. And Mario, do you have the name? I wrote it down. I wrote it down on my post-it note, yeah. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Jeffrey Winward, 2672.
And this case is PD approved.
Sir, you've been picked up as a result of on-view violation of probation in 18 CF 4289. There's zero bond.
Next court date, August 5th, in courtroom 5A at 8:45 a.m.
Chris Caro Diaz.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Good afternoon, Chris Carol Diaz, 82392.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up as a result of battery, simple touch, or strike. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $500. You're not to return to 809 Christian Way. You're to have no contact with Michelle Santiago Hoskins or her daughter Sienna. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're also not to possess or consume any drugs or alcohol. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may we ask for a one-time return with law enforcement?
Does he actually live there?
It was unclear to me from the affidavit.
Where do you actually live at 809 Christian Way?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Next court date, please.
Next court date is still in jail, August 6th, if filed August 18th, in courtroom 5B at 8:30 a.m.
Edward Dacius. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Edward Dacy is 9/18/88.
Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up for 2 charges, knowingly giving false information to a law enforcement officer as well as false official statement. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond on count 1 to be set in the amount of $1,000. Count 2 in the amount of $500. You're not to have any contact with Joanne Abeja. It's Abeja. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
May I ask why?
No, you're not to have any contact with her. Do you understand? Yes or no?
I understand.
Thank you. Court will not be taking any action on 20 MM 1474. It's a different bit.
Next court date on demand.
Thank you, sir. Raul Gonzalez Ramos.
CD approved.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, el 25 de mayo de 1978. González Ramos Pablo. Mi
Do you need
nombre.
the interpreter?
Sí.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Carlos Morales, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter. Interpreter has been sworn in already today.
Hello, Mr. Morales. It's 2020 CF 2053. We're doing initial appearances, so the defendant
Can
is
Your
on
Honor
the
hear the
screen.
interpreter?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I think I had muted the volume. Just checking once again. The interpreter can hear the court now. Not sure if the court can hear the interpreter.
I can hear you 100%.
Okay. Yes, we're good now. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It's 2020 CF 2053. We're doing initial appearances where they're on the screen.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. ¿Cómo se llama usted y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Mi nombre es Pablo González Ramos, 25 de mayo de 1978.
My name is Pablo González Ramos. Date of birth, May 25th, 78.
Well, that's a third name.
It says, what name did he give?
It's a combination of the other 2 names in the affidavit.
He has several aliases.
That's his alias, yeah.
Sir, you've been picked up as a result of a driving while license suspended, 3rd subsequent violent offense. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $2,500.
Bien, la acusación en contra de usted es por conducir con una licencia suspendida, tercera violación de eso, tercera vez que incumple con eso y determinó que hay motivo fundado, habiendo leído la affidavit de acusación, la fianza que se le asigna es de $2,500.
No cualifico para nada. Para ver si le puede decir a ella por papitear.
Para decirle a ella que qué.
Para ver si cualifico para pre-trial release.
Oh, so do I not qualify for anything else? Tell her if maybe I qualify for PTR.
No, sir, you don't qualify.
No, no reúne los requisitos.
Okay.
Additionally, you've been picked up for possession of controlled substance without a prescription.
Además, también se le acusa de posesión de una sustancia regulada sin tener una receta.
And possession or use of drug paraphernalia.
Y posesión o uso de adminículos.
Yes, Ms. Jordan?
We had a probable cause argument, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The affidavit,
We have translation going on.
yes. I'll speak into the microphone. The affidavit indicates that the contraband was found inside of the VCR of the center console of a vehicle that was known to belong to the passenger who is not the defendant. So we would argue there was not probable cause to charge him with these crimes.
State.
Your Honor, I believe that would be an argument better made. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, but the interpreter hasn't had a chance to render the interpretation.
My apologies.
The state. And just wanted to make a clarification. Actually, I'm not sure who spoke as far as the PC argument. I guess it was the defense counsel.
That was defense.
Okay. You said that this was found, contraband was found inside the VCR of the center console?
Yes, there was a VCR tape in the center console.
Okay, thank you. Bien, la abogada defensora tiene un alegato en cuanto a si hay motivo fundado o no. Basado en el affidavit, podemos ver de que el contrabando que se encontró estaba dentro del VCR que estaba en la consola del centro del carro, pero que se sabe que le pertenece al pasajero que estaba dentro del carro y no del acusado. Por lo tanto, nosotros decimos que no hay motivo fundado.
O sea, que no hay motivo fundado. ¿Qué significa eso?
So there's no probable cause? What does that mean?
No.
No sé qué significa eso.
I don't know what that means.
Defense counsel is making an argument that there's not probable cause.
Bueno, la abogada defensora está presentando un alegato diciendo de que no hay motivo fundado.
The state will now have the opportunity to make their argument about why they believe there is probable cause.
Y ahora le corresponde a la fiscalía, ellos van a presentar el alegato que ellos tienen para confirmar de que sí hay motivo fundado.
Okay, so en total, ¿cuánto tengo de fianza en total? Por todo.
So how much do I have as a total bond?
Sir, we're not finished yet, and I need you to quit talking so that we can finish, please.
No hemos terminado y le estoy pidiendo, por favor, que guarde silencio porque no hemos terminado, estamos en medio de algo.
When we are finished, I will let you know what the total amount is.
Cuando ya estemos terminando, yo le dejo saber cuál es la cantidad total.
State your response to the probable cause argument and let him translate that first.
Muy bien, ahora la fiscalía pido su alegato sobre por qué cree que hay motivo fundado.
Yes, Your Honor. It's the state's position that that is a better argument made for a motion to dismiss, not for probable cause. The VCR was found in the console of a car that the defendant was in fact driving. Probable cause is not a high standard as beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's position, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, counsel. What was the last portion that the defendant was driving a vehicle?
The VCR was found in the console that the defendant was driving, in the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
Okay, and then you added something after
And
that,
then
higher standard.
Yes, probable cause is not a high of a standard as beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, thank you. Muy bien, la postura de la fiscalía es que el alegato que se ha presentado más bien conviene para un pedimento para desestimar, no para decir de que no hay motivo fundado. El VCR se encontró en la consola del vehículo que estaba conduciendo el acusado. Y además, motivo fundado no es un estándar tan alto como duda razonable.
Defense, final argument.
Último alegato, defensa.
Yes, Your Honor. considering it's a constructive possession, understanding that probable cause being a very low level of evidence, I still don't believe that driving a car that does not belong to you necessarily makes you the owner of all the objects inside, especially outdated technology that is installed into the vehicle. Oh, or that he, or that he would have any knowledge or control over the paraphernalia and the drug.
Knowledge or control over.
The paraphernalia or the drugs.
Oh, okay. Sorry, her voice trailed off. Muy bien, último alegato de la defensa. Bueno, dado que se trata de un asunto de tenencia o posesión directa, y aunque el nivel de motivo fundado para las pruebas es bastante bajo, no creemos que el hecho de que el acusado conduzca un carro que no le pertenece a él, solo por el hecho de que lo esté conduciendo, haga que él sea el dueño de todos los artículos que se encuentran dentro de ese carro. En particular de tecnología ya pasado de tiempo que haya sido instalada en el vehículo o que él haya tenido conocimiento o control sobre las drogas o adminículos dentro de él.
Entiendo perfectamente.
Señor, por favor, pare de hablar y espera que la jueza termine.
I tried. I really tried. Probable cause is a much lower burden for the court to review.
El motivo fundado es un estándar más bajo que tiene la juez para estudiar o revisar.
This court's going to find that probable cause has been met in this matter.
Y la juez pasa a determinar o concluir que sí se ha determinado que hay motivo fundado en este caso.
As defendant was in control of the vehicle and had easy access to the console.
Ya que el acusado estaba en control del vehículo y tenía acceso fácil a la consola del centro.
Bond to be set on count one in the amount of $1,000.
La fianza con respecto al cargo 1 se asigna en $1,000.
Be set on count two in the amount of $500.
La fianza para el cargo 2 es de $500.
You're not to possess or consume any drugs or alcohol.
Le está prohibido poseer o consumir alcohol o drogas.
So your total bond for all three cases is $4,000.
Así que el total de la fianza para todos los casos es de $4,000.
I also see that you're out on probation for 20 MM924.
Y veo que usted estaba libre en un caso de régimen de probatoria 20 MM924.
Court will be doing an on-view violation and setting bond at $0.
La juez entonces pasa a determinar de que se va a hacer un incumplimiento a vista del régimen de probatoria y no se le asigna fianza en ese caso.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, es todo.
Next court date for 2020, CF 2053 and 2054 on demand.
Las próximas vistas para los casos 20 CF 2053 y 2054 se anunciarán cuando estén disponibles.
Mr. Morales, I believe that's it, considering we asked last time and nobody raised their hand.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Martinez.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Jose Michael Martinez, 11/28/87.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up on two charges. There's possession of cocaine and drug equipment. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set on count one in the amount of $1,000. Count two, the amount of $500. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. And note that you're out on bond for 20 CF 224. Court will be revoking that and setting it at $0.
Next court date on demand.
Tawan Romar Smith.
PD approved.
State, the clerk has informed me that this was reset for a 24-hour.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm seeing here that we have a supplemental report from the deputy. I just received it maybe like 2 minutes ago. Would I be able to forward it to Madam Clerk to print off?
Yeah. If you can make sure that you print too, so that defense can have it too, please.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, what's your email?
I'm writing it down.
Oh, that's
You know.
much smaller.
That's just not something we announce to the world.
Been gone a while.
I literally mean the world, considering we're streaming live right now.
Oh, that's perfect. It's really long.
No, now you know.
I forget about it.
Oh, yeah.
I got more.
Okay, TK, you're so efficient. No, you can get.
Sure.
Is that Kristen here?
Um,
Why don't you email her back and ask her if she's here? If she's gonna conform it or if you need to. And check your email.
Madam Clerk, did you receive that? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I haven't gotten it yet.
No?
got the, yep.
Can I get it?
I can forward it to you as well, Judge, if you'd like.
Does it not like you?
Is that correct?
Oh, .org.
Here, counsel.
No, I messed up.
Oh.
That's all right.
To me directly.
No, sometimes I have it. Sometimes I do put that.
That's completely on me. I apologize.
Are you handling the two pleas?
Yeah.
Else coming up to
I'm gonna handle that, Judge.
Mhm.
So he was seen yesterday for charge that the judge on OPC.
Oh, I thought it had granted.
You know,
I didn't know that.
when he got arrested, they did an overview on the two Volusia counties
Mhm.
because he violated the law. He was on probation. This still be valid? The judge issued $250 bonds for each of those two.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Right now it's at 0 because more I'm thinking that he violated the law.
You want the whole thing, bro?
The judge found no PC.
I think they could argue that the arrest alone is enough to violate. He can argue to have it dismissed later, but
Just
we're
that-
in touch with the other counties right now, too.
Mm-hmm. I just thought that's in on OPC.
I will,
Those don't matter no more.
I'll let my supervisor know about that since he's the ROR on those on the new charges. Okay.
I got it now.
Okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you're aware, Judge and defense, the supplement is on page 10 of the Spillman.
On the Spillman?
Yes, Your Honor. So I should have sent the charging affidavit as well as the Spillman over.
Card shock. It's not.
All right. I didn't really need the supplement, but I guess somebody did. Afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Taj Vaughn Smith, 9/28/92.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jordan?
Your Honor, we'd like to place an objection on the record to the supplement as not being a sworn affidavit.
I don't need the supplement regardless, because in reading the original charging affidavit, it indicated that the narcotics were located next to the cell phone, which was identified as his cell phone. So based upon that, I'm going to find that there's probable cause. Sir, you've been picked up for possession of cocaine, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, and possession of synthetic narcotics. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit and is finding probable cause. Bond on count 1 will be set in the amount of $7,500, count 2, $500, count 3, $15,000. You're not to possess or consume any drugs or alcohol. Do you understand?
No, I understand that yesterday it was a problem with probable cause and my Miranda rights. I'm not hearing any of that today.
Actually, your public defender already made the argument, and I said that I found probable cause. So that's what you're hearing today. That There's been a finding of probable cause. Thank you. Have a good day.
Next court date on demand.
Are we not listening?
He heard $15,000 and went to,
Yeah, and then everything goes blank. At least it wasn't 50,
yeah,
you know?
I mean,
I know. I can see.
what else is that?
Hey, Kike, this card is supposed to be coming up. Are you not out there? Sure enough. Who did that? Okay. Judge Morgan actually did that. Okay.
Your Honor, are you referring to the 2 joint stipulations that need to be signed? Is that what you're waiting for Ms. Card for?
Yes, are you signing for?
I will be signing on behalf of her
I
and
think there's actually 3.
Mr. Morris as well, I believe? Yes.
They're right here, counsel.
You don't mind?
Not at all. Wait a minute, didn't we already do this one? Oh, these are my orders to sign. Never mind.
Oh, it's because the last name without a space.
I'm gonna imagine the 2 gentlemen in there are the pleas.
That would make no sense, Judge. I don't have an email from them regarding Ms. Hermiana Ortiz.
Oh, yeah.
Is that anybody's?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Who?
Ms. Ortiz? Lieutenant Ortiz, no?
No.
Well, I have these to sign.
You know, you need to get that over to the jail too, right? The order I just signed? The, yeah. Okay.
Your Honor, we have the second grouping.
All right, I'm ready. Everyone off.
They're
No. I just think he was being respectful.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth, please.
Maria Elena Rios, 31367.
PK.
PD approved.
Ma'am, you've been picked up as a result of battery, simple touch, or strike, domestic violence.
Yes,
Court-
ma'am.
The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Ma'am, does Mr. Morales live at 1223 Sago Palm Boulevard?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then you're not to return to that address. You can go back one time with the assistance of law enforcement to obtain your personal items.
Thank you.
You're not to have any contact with Danilo Ricardo Morales. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess or consume any drugs or alcohol. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Next court date, please.
Is still in jail August 6th, if out August 17th, in courtroom 4A at 8:15 a.m.
Sorry, Anna, was there a bond set?
1,000.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Was there a bond or no?
Yes, ma'am, it was 1,000.
Thank you.
I guess everybody missed it. I said it in person and knocked it off. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, pull your mask up over your face, please.
Yes, ma'am, it slides down, excuse me for that.
Thank you.
Thank
State
you.
your name and date of birth, please.
My name is Tammy L. Taylor. Date of birth is 11/27/1968, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been picked up on 2 out-of-county warrants. They're both out of Polk County. One is under CF 19008304. The other one is also under the same case. There's possession of meth and possession of drug paraphernalia. Bond on count 1 is set at $2,000. On count 2, it's set at $1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you have the ability to bond out, you have been granted bond in these cases, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate that.
Thank
Your Honor,
Good day.
if I may, before Ms. Taylor, just one moment.
Yes?
Ms. Taylor has been granted conditional release in her Osceola County case, hence the execution of the warrants from Polk County. We would I spoke to her public defender, and we would like to request that she be seen by Judge Morgan on Monday if she's still in custody, although I do believe someone is trying to bond her out, but just in case.
Yes, ma'am, the bond has already been paid, and I'm able to go to, Park Place is the name of it. I'm going
It was my understanding that someone was trying to bond her out. I wasn't sure if it had happened at all.
It appears that she's already got that resolved.
Okay, no worries, then. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Okay, what will be happening, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
I didn't understand what will be happening.
Since someone's bonded you out, you'll be bonded out.
Yes, it's already been done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, ma'am.
Rachel Luketic,
PD approved.
That's me. My
good
name is
afternoon.
Rachel-
State your name and date of birth, please.
Rachel Luketic. My birthday is 12/11/1993.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been picked up for burglary of unoccupied structure unarmed, as well as criminal mischief, $200 or less. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $3,500. Count 2, the amount of $250.
Does she meets criteria for direct PTR? Would you?
Oh, you
consider
know
that?
what? She sure does, and I had that highlighted too. Thank you. Actually, strike that. You'll be released, pretrial release, not to return to the Fairfield Inn located at 6073 West Erlo Bronson Memorial Highway. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Desiree Para,
PD approved.
afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth, please.
Desiree Perez, September 9, 1994.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been picked up on 2 charges. There's aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, as well as specific felony commit cause injury. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause on both charges. Count 1 would be set in the amount of $10,000. Count 2, there will be no bond. You're not to have any contact with Junior Jimenez Hernandez. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you are released, additionally, you're not to have any alcohol, drugs, weapons, or firearms. Yes, Ms. Jordan?
Your Honor, defense would object to no bond for count two. It is considered a second-degree felony. I'm not sure what Your Honor's justification for a no bond is at this time.
Well, in reviewing the statute, I read it as there being no bond, and so I'll be holding true to that.
Next court date on demand.
Thank you, ma'am. It's punishable by up to life.
I believe the statute cited third subsection 3 was listed as a second degree is punishable by statute and not by life.
Let me check it again real quick.
From my reading, Your Honor, it does appear that sub 3 does list it as a felony of the second
Give me
degree.
a moment.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Thank you. My apologies, counsel. I was looking at subsection 1 rather than subsection 3. Bond to be set in the amount of $10,000.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's 10 and 10.
Your Honor, in light of that, can we also request no weapons or firearms?
I already announced that.
Thank you, Judge. My
No
apologies.
alcohol, no drugs, no weapons, no firearms, and no cocaine. Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
Thank you for reviewing again.
You know who's next week, Mariola?
I didn't look.
I think that's all of the IAs.
He's asking about next week.
Oh, next.
I just know I'm not until August. So this wasn't actually my week.
Oh, was it?
No, I was helping out a colleague. I don't have it next week. Don't you be doing that. Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Wow, that's awesome.
She was just directing.
Have a good weekend, Judge.
Thank you, you too.
He was only injured. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good one.
See you in August, Douglas.
Yeah, probably. Alexis De Jesus Lugo. Good afternoon, sir. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. I got you. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Excuse me, somebody speak Spanish?
Spanish. Okay.
Sorry.
I wasn't informed of that. We'll try this again. Does your client need Spanish? Okay. Just figure out and check before I hang up.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is a Spanish interpreter.
Good afternoon, Ms. Aurora. It's 2019 CT 3034. We're still in the IA room, so defendant is on the screen.
Very well, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Jura solemnemente que va a decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you can lower your hand. Thank you.
Bien, ya puede bajar la mano. Muchas gracias.
State your name and date of birth again, please.
Nuevamente, dígame su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Alexis David de Jesús Lugo, 1108 de 91.
¿El nombre otra vez?
Alexis David de Jesús Lugo.
at the Citalville, Lesul, Hugo, 110891.
Sir, it's my understanding that you'd like to enter into an admission today, is that correct?
Señor, tengo entendido que hoy día usted desea presentar una declaración de admisión. ¿Es cierto eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an evidentiary hearing?
¿Usted ha entendido que tiene el derecho a que se celebre una audiencia probatoria?
Sí.
Yes.
And at that hearing, it would be up to the state to prove that you have in fact violated your probation conditions.
Y en dicha audiencia recaería en la Fiscalía de tener que demostrar que usted incumplió con las condiciones de su régimen.
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
Do you agree to waive your right to that hearing?
¿Usted está de acuerdo de renunciar a su derecho a que se celebre tal audiencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
¿Se encuentra usted bajo los efectos de algún tipo de droga o alcohol?
No.
No.
Is anyone forcing you to enter into this admission today?
¿Acaso alguien le está obligando a usted a presentar esta declaración de admisión aquí hoy día?
No.
No.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
¿Ha tenido usted suficiente tiempo para poder consultar con su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with her services?
¿Se siente usted satisfecho con el servicio que le ha rendido?
Sí.
Yes.
Counsel, if you can announce your name for the record, starting with defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Sydney Sanabria, Assistant Public Defender, filling in for APD Evelyn Jimenez on behalf of Mr. De Jesus Lugo, case number 19 CT 3034.
State.
Carlton Hamilton on behalf of the state, filling in for Mr. Alexander Card.
Defense, is there anything that you need to add before I make the ruling?
No, Your Honor.
¿La defensa tiene algo más que desea agregar antes que emita mi fallo? No, su señoría.
Based upon the court's review of the warrant for violation of probation,
Basado en la revisión de su juzgado con respecto a la orden de arresto por incumplimiento de su régimen,
entered on May 29, 2020,
que se emitió el 29 de mayo del 2020,
this court finds that there's sufficient factual basis to move forward.
este juzgado determina que existe suficiente fundamento fáctico para proceder.
Sir, do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, entering in this admission could result in deportation?
Señor, ¿usted ha entendido que si no es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos y asienta esta declaración de admisión, quedaría sujeto a deportación?
Sí.
Yes.
The terms of the admission are an adjudication of guilt,
Los términos de esta admisión serán dictamen de culpabilidad,
revoke and terminate the prior probation conditions,
revocar y poner fin a las condiciones previas de su régimen,
30 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 46.
30 días de cárcel en el condado de Orange, acreditado los 46 cumplidos.
You do have outstanding court costs of $776.
Tiene usted costas judiciales pendientes sin pagar de $776.
You'll need to report to the
That is
clerk's
correct.
office. You'll need to report to the clerk's office within 90 days.
Le tocará a usted reportarse a la oficina de la Secretaría dentro de un plazo de 90 días.
If you do not have the ability to pay it in full within that 90 days,
Si usted no tiene la capacidad para saldar la cantidad en su totalidad dentro de ese plazo de 90 días,
you can set up a payment plan.
podrá establecer un plan de pago.
You do need to understand that they will charge you a fee for setting up a payment plan.
Entienda usted que le van a cobrar un arancel por establecer un plan de pago.
And the first payment will be due that day.
Y la primera cuota se va a deber ese mismo día.
It's usually around $50, sometimes less, sometimes more.
En general son como unos $50, a veces más, a veces menos.
Additionally, sir, you need to understand that given the charge in this case,
Adicionalmente, señor, tiene usted que entender que teniendo en cuenta la acusación que existe en este caso,
there is a requirement for you to attend and complete the victim awareness class.
hay un requisito de que usted tendrá que asistir y hacer la clase de sensibilización.
While the court is not requiring you to do that,
Y aunque este juzgado no le está obligando a usted de hacerlo,
the Division of Motor Vehicles will require it to be done.
el Departamento de Vehículos Motores sí le va a requerir usted que lo tenga hecho.
If you do not complete it, they will continue to have your license suspended.
Y si usted no lo hace, seguirán ellos suspendiendo su licencia de conducir.
Sí, con permiso, ya yo cogí las clases de DUI.
Excuse me, I already did the DUI classes.
This is the victim awareness class.
Esto es la clase de sensibilización hacia la víctima.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
sorry.
If you've already completed it, that's perfect, but if not, I'm just making you aware.
Si usted ya lo hizo, pues perfecto, pero si no, simplemente le estoy dejando saber.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
You have 30 days in which to appeal.
Usted tiene 30 días para poder apelar.
If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court.
Si usted va a requerir el servicio de un abogado, lo podrá solicitar ante el juzgado.
If you qualify, one will be appointed to you.
Y en caso de que usted reúna los requisitos para ello, se le podrá designar uno.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Muchas gracias, señor, y buena suerte a usted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further from defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you. And that concludes my matters. May I leave for today?
Of course. Have a good
Thank you.
weekend.
Your Honor, could I get the case number one more time?
That one was 2019 CT 3034.
Say that one more time, I can't hear.
2019 CT 3034.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Angel Valino. So the three.
Your Honor, this is still a Spanish case, correct?
No, I am so sorry, Miss Aurora. Thank you.
You're welcome. I will disconnect.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Angel Andy Valiño Velázquez, date of birth 01/22/1993.
Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Appearance for defense.
Ryan Farinas on behalf of Angel Valino, with regards to case number 2020 CT 1326, 2020 MM 1393, and 2020 MM 1736.
All right, I'm going to be starting with 2020 MM 1393, parents for state.
Carlton Hamilton on behalf of the state, Your Honor, covering for Ms. Klein-Peter. I believe I'm saying that correct.
Thank you. Sir, it's my understanding that you wish to enter into a plea today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services?
Yes, ma'am. Very satisfied.
Oh, I'm very satisfied. There you go, counsel.
It's good to hear.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have a right to a speedy trial and to a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it will be cause for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 36 days in the Osceola County Jail, credit time served of 36 days, and court costs in the amount of $273. Sir, what you going to do about paying that money when you get out?
Oh, I'm going to work, ma'am. I work a lot. I wake up at 6 a.m., get home at 12. I've been working 4 years for a mattress firm. So that's all I do is work.
All right, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to order that you pay it within 90 days.
Okay.
If you find that you don't have the financial ability to pay it within that 90 days, I'm also giving you the option to do a payment plan. But if you do the payment plan, understand, they're going to charge you a fee for doing the payment plan, and the first payment will be due the day that you show up to set up that payment plan. But you have to either have it paid off or a payment plan set up within 90 days, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions regarding that case?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Now I'm going to turn to 2020 CT 1326. All right, so counsel on the CT case, you know that he only has 10 days in, right?
Oh, I thought it was 17. It was,
His credit in this particular case is only 10.
yeah, the intention was for it to be credit for time.
Mr. Hamilton, can you clarify that?
Yeah, that was basically was, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like.
You can
we
write
have
it on
credit
there
time
for me.
served.
No, work for it. It's 7 more days. That's fine.
Yeah, the reason was because I guess he was, they gave him a notice to appear, I think, on that one. So when he got rearrested on the last case, they didn't revoke, there was no bond to revoke.
Right.
So he's been in jail for 42 days. I guess if he had a bond, it would have been revoked.
Okay. Your Honor, state has no objection to stipulating to that amount. That's fine.
All right, so it'd be 10 days. Yeah, 10 days. All right, sir, with regard to 2020 MM17, well, actually, let me do the right one. 2020 CT 1326, are you satisfied with your attorney's services?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to waive your right to speedy trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it will be cause for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon the court's review of the uniform traffic citation, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are withhold of adjudication, 10 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 10 days, and court costs in the amount of $268. We're going to do the same thing on this, except I'm going to give you 120 days on this one, which gives you an extra 30. If you can get it paid within that 120, it's in your best interest to do so. If you cannot, then you do have the ability to set up a payment plan. Again, they'll charge you a fee for setting up that plan, and the first payment will be due that day. Do you have any questions regarding that case?
No, Your Honor.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. 120, yes, ma'am. Wait a minute. Hold on. I think my computer just deceived me. The fee is $316, not $268. It's a leaving the scene.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I paid attention to your notes. I read my own stuff. All right, 2020 MM1736, same line of questions. Are you happy with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
Do you agree to waive your right to speedy trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you're not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it will be cause for deportation?
Correct.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea as to the resisting officer without violence is an adjudication of guilt, 42 days in Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 43 days, and court costs. Court costs are $273. That'd be payable within 150 days. Again, you have the ability to do a payment plan, but remember they will charge you a fee, and the first payment would be due that day, or you can have it paid within the 150 days. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Anything further from defense?
Move defense, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Yes, sir, did you have a question?
No, I thought you were talking to I, so I apologize.
That's okay, I was talking to your attorney. Anything further from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Everyone have a good weekend.
You too, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. You guys are awesome.
Judge, can I get the case numbers on each one of those, please?